And good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Hello, fans, admirers, courtiers, haters, lurkers. How are you all? Yeah. Glad you're all here and watching. Glad to see you. Doing an afternoon show today. I got big plans for later today. Today's show is entitled on the Morty's Diner channel. Vultures, Buzzards, Weasels, rats of a man, Gophers, Maggots, Weevils, and Rolex in a relaxed format. Let me try that again. We rat of a man. Yeah, that's better. All right, so I've got some content and some stuff to get started. Good afternoon, Patel Philippe, you biatch. You biatch. Biatch. Bukiak. How you doing, Patel? And MT85, good to see you. Yeah, a little earlier today. All right. Yeah, yesterday was a hell of a day. I think you can say that. And let's start off with Vulture and Buzzard content. All right, Vulture and Buzzard content. So let's kick it off. And let's see here. Let's get that pinned. There it is. Any wee rats out there would like to join? Hop on the panel. Any buzzards, vultures, weasels, wee rats of a man out there? Gophers, maggots, weevils, and Rolex people. Join the panel if you like in a relaxed format. All right, let's change. I really like that picture. You know that. Anyway, let's change the picture. We got a lot of pictures to show today. So this is our Thursday evening rest and relaxation stream. It's 3:45 here on the West Coast, but on the East Coast, it's 6:45. In Europe, it's overnight. So yeah, Thursday evening rest and relaxation show. All right. So let's hello, Rich Mitch. Hey man. Happy to see you. Thanks for stopping by. MT85, $20 super chat channel member. Thank you very much, MT85, for supporting the Diner channel. Really slap you on the back for that one. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So I don't mean slap, I mean pat. Give you a pat on the shoulder for that one. Thank you very much. Oh, we need some music. We need some Diner music here. Yeah. Because it's Thursday, late afternoon, evening. Rest and relaxation at Morty's Diner. So I had a nice lunch today. I had some refried beans, some rice, and some cheese. Melted. I warmed it all up. But I didn't have any veggies, But for dinner, I'll be sure to have. I'll have some red bell peppers, and maybe I'll mix up red bell pepper and a red onion, and zap them in the microwave. So I think that would be nice. MT, hey, Rich Mitch, you get the watch situation figured out? Okay, very good. Question for Rich Mitch. All right. So any questions, feel free to ask in the chat or on the panel. We're here to please the customers. We aim to please. And let's talk about... I have some gun questions, firearms questions. If Aussie Expat or AD Never Calling stop by, because I know, they're knowledgeable on this, then I'll going to bring up a gun question. Otherwise, we got other stuff to hang out and chat about. Let's change the picture. Morty needs the money. Part 3. And here we have one of our beautiful waitresses, or servers, with a vulture. Vultures are an integral part of the ecosystem to prevent the spread of disease. And I mean, when you put it that way, not just out in Mother Nature in the wild, but on YouTube, yeah, vultures are an integral part of the ecosystem to prevent the spread of disease. So we are proudly vultures at Morty's Diner. Proud, we're vultures and proud of it. We serve a great, a great function to society. All right, let's continue on here. Jay Gray, good afternoon, Jay Gray. Is this the new Bone Shaker marketing campaign? Bone Shaker, a very popular Canadian beer. I think it's the alcohol is like, the ABV is like 6 or 7% or 8%. I don't know. Okay. Bart Simpson, good afternoon. Victorinox has a new line of pocket knives. Really? I'll go ahead and look that up. I don't have any pocket. Well, I do have one pocket knife, but it's not really. It's nothing special. But I'll look at that later. Thanks for the info. Oh, look who's here. It's Tommy. Thoughts on the entire east wing of the White House being demolished for a $300 million ballroom? Good question. Tommy, I don't have any thoughts on that. I haven't read any of the story in the news or seen any of the videos on it. My answer would be, in terms of your question, if Trump wants to do it because he thinks it's going to be an improvement or something great, I'm with President Trump. There's the answer. But, I will have a better opinion once I watch some videos and read some stories about it. But that, for now, at this moment, that would be my reply. Tommy, would you like to hop on the panel? You can laugh at everything I say. You'd be a good sidekick, a good panelist. I'll say something stupid, and you can giggle all night long on my show. The offer's there, Tommy. If you'd like to come on, that would be nice. Okay, Rich Mitch. to MT85. Yeah, they sent me an email guaranteeing authenticity and stating it was error on their part. Literally admitted to copy and posting the fucking details of another watch onto my certificate, though. Wow, I don't know what that's about, but that is some biatch viscountness. Holy cow. Wow. Unbelievable. What a story that is. Morty, what exactly are turkey vultures? I think turkey vultures are just one of a variety of vultures. I haven't researched into turkey vultures. It sounds funny because you have a turkey, then you have a vulture, then you have a turkey vulture. It's kind of like, you have ma and you have newer. So you have ma newer. That's a good word. So I don't really know what turkey vultures are. I guess they're just a variety of, that's not the right term, but I guess they're just a variety of vultures. But I'm always willing to be proven wrong. I'm humble and eager to learn. Dirk Diggler, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here's to my good friend, crusty old Morty. Well, that's nice. Thank you. The Commergian. The Commergian's friend. Thank you, Dirk. Okay. Jay Gray, more places to plant listening devices, Tommy. Oh, Jesus. In the ballroom? What? Well, okay. Very nice. Right. Hey, GD from Argentina. Hello, Morty and friends. Hello, GD. What's a 7.2? Oh, the beer. Bone Shaker beer in Canada is 7.2 ABV. Good to know. I think Coors is 3.2. Is that possible? So Bone Shaker is it's a high IQ beer. Tommy, it's a small possibility it's covering up other construction. Now, that's a very interesting conspiracy theory comment, kind of like the Denver airport where they had all these construction workers and trucks. It looked like they were working on the airport, but actually they were working on secret facilities underground, for the three-letter agencies. Maybe Tommy knows about that. But, yeah, you never know. That's your specialty. Well, anytime, I could use a sidekick who laughs at everything I say. So in a relaxed format on a high IQ level. So invitation's always open for you, Tommy. Okay. Spring and Fialta, good evening. Speaking of high IQ, Cheney built a massive underground bunker under the observatory, the VP residence in DC. That sounds right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then when Biden became Barry's vice president, on one of his very first days at a press conference, he said, I was just over at the vice president's residence and they were showing me around. Wow, my God, there's a massive underground secured area under the VP residence. I didn't know anything about that. What an unbelievable brain dead vegetable. But we knew that then. Tommy, thoughts on the FBI announcing arrests of the La Cosa Nostra? I don't know about the news today. I haven't really followed any news stories yet. Later on, I'll look at some. So I don't have any comments or anything to say on what you say there, Tommy. The link is pinned. Correct. That's a buzzard. Well, we're going to talk about buzzards and vultures. And gophers, maggots, weevils, and rat of a man. Here we go. Arrests need to be made amongst the kosher nostra. What does that mean, Jay Gray? You saying you're hungry for a kosher salami sandwich? What are you getting at there? Okay. Rich, I just reread it. I missed the second half. Messed up. All right. Mrs. Wilkinson, good afternoon. or good evening for you. Thoughts on thatched roofs as opposed to tile roofing? You know, I recently, several days ago, I watched a video. It was either from England or in Japan about, I think it was in England, and it might have been in the Cotswolds. They were repairing a thatched roof on a cottage, small house, and they explained exactly how they apply the material on top and then cut it off so it's even on the edges, and then layer it and space it and tie it down. And I think thatched roof, and they're waterproof, and they're cooler in the summer and warmth. They can provide warmth in the winter, and I think thatched cottages are beautiful to look at, and I would love to live in a thatched cottage and have a big bowl of M&Ms, and life would be great. Mortimer is high energy tonight. No, I don't think so. I did a massive benzo dump last night, but I woke up feeling, good and refreshed. I've been drinking for the last couple days. I bought a bag of Pete's coffee, Pete's House Blend, which is an all-purpose good choice. And I used to buy it regularly, and then I was trying other stuff. And so I went back and bought Pete's House Blend. It's a dark roast, but it's not like that Starbucks swill, It's very good, and it does have a nice caffeine boost. So last night's show and today, I'm a little, in the groove. Okay. Oh, by the way, for a request, I will sing the French song, Sur la Pont d'Avignon. Okay, because I had to learn that in junior high school and in French class. That and La Marseillaise, I remember that. And some other songs too, Au clair de la lune. And I heard before I came on, I heard some other people on other channels going Avignon. I mean, I understand if you didn't learn French, Avignon, Vignon, Avignon. Sur la pont d'Avignon. Okay, let's go. Tommy, what language did you study, or languages did you study in junior high or high school? You probably studied Vulcan because you're so high IQ. Spring. I thought the secret about Denver International was the Satanism indicated by the weird artwork. Yeah, they've got that satanic sculpture there at the Denver airport. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's what I just said, Rich. Avignon. Yeah. Sur la pont d'Avignon. Okay. I thought, Rich Mitch. Very unhappy. They said it didn't matter, though, that they were happy to stand behind the authentication and the watch is real. Well, okay. Rich Mitch, I forgot where Rich Mitch is from. England, Canada, US? I don't remember. Argentina? I don't remember. Rich Mitch is English, isn't he? Aren't you? I don't remember. Hey, 19 viewers on an afternoon show. Fantastic. I'm going to check the thumbs up. Feel free to support the channel with a complimentary and free thumbs up or thumbs down. I don't know what it does, but I think it really helps out my channel. So thank you very much. Northeast England by Hadrian's Wall. Wow. Who was Hadrian? Was he a watch dealer? Was that a guy with a fish and chip shop in England? I think many people might think that, but 7 p.m. East Coast on the U.S. That's correct. Good time slot. Yeah, I rarely do this kind of time. I had a show planned for 4:15, but I got done of everything I was doing. I got done, and I thought, well, get it done now. So yeah. All right, let's get into Buzzard and Vulture content. Ah, I love that video. It's so well done. It's just magnifique. Yeah, here we are at the diner, and I'm proud to be a YouTube vulture because they're an integral part of the YouTube ecosystem to prevent the spread of disease. Nature's fulfill a phenomenal role in nature. You know, they're there for a reason. You know, and let's take a look at the next picture. Yeah. Oh, that's not a vulture. You know what that is? That's a weevil. Yeah, you know, boll weevils and weevils destroying cotton crops and weevils. They're a part of nature. They're a part of YouTube. I never have seen a weevil in person. Maybe if you live in the southern United States, the cotton growing states, you know, I'm sure they're easier to locate down there, certainly on great agricultural acreage. Tommy, have you ever seen a weevil, not a weasel, a weevil in person? Interesting looking guy. Can you imagine finding one of these in your apartment? I don't know. I wouldn't squash it. You know, I go, wow, that's an interesting insect. I wouldn't step on him and squash him. You know what I would do if this guy was in the apartment? He doesn't look menacing. You know, I'd grab a paper towel and gently pick him up and toss him outside. You go, enjoy your life, Weevil. Not Weevil. Yeah, Weevil. Enjoy your life. Don't need to squash your brains out today. Just go out there and do your thing. That's a Weevil. And here's another Weevil picture. I don't know the taxonomy of weevils, but I bet you there's a lot of members of the weevil family, you know? And in fact, I think I've seen this guy on YouTube somewhere. I'm not sure. Yeah. Hey, weevils. These are maggots. You know, Easy Company talks about the maggot army. Well, here they are. This is the maggot army. I was talking to somebody just recently, and I apologize to that person. I don't remember who it was who I was talking to, but they were talking about. Well, I know who it was. It was an Australian friend of mine who's going to be going to Africa, and we were talking about the countries she'll be going to, and she's an absolutely just phenomenal, lovely woman. Oh, Jesus! And she told me in one of these countries, which I won't name, they eat maggots as a staple. And I said, well, I mean, you're going to go for the grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup, right? She goes, well, you know, I really want to make the adventure experience, and I'll see how it goes. So she might try to ingest these things. I mean, people do eat maggots. Maggots eat maggots. Maggots can maggots eat people? I don't know. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. They can eat corpses and people. So it's a nod out to the maggots of the world. Here's a gopher. We love gophers here at the channel. Gophers get a bad rap. I mean, they are so cute. Look at this guy. Kind of like a squirrel, but a little bigger. They don't have the a real squirrel-like tail. There's his home. There's the rodent hole that he dug in the ground. And they're so cute. I understand why farmers want to get rid of maggots because animals at the farm, you know, sheep, cow, dogs, you know, whatever, goats, they can step into those holes and break a leg, and gee, that's bad, you know. But you know, rodents get a bad rep, but they're really cute. Gophers, beavers. Even mice, rats, except for New York City sewer rats or YouTube sewer rats, they're pretty cute, you know. And nutria and hamsters and guinea pigs, and yeah, here's a gopher. My, that's a Hollywood profile headshot. Look at him, very handsome. He's not a Florida gopher, so he has a very happy. You'll have a nice long life as a gopher. Here's a rat. Here's a wee rat of a man. It's just like a bigger mouse. Look at those hands. Looks like he's eating an egg. I don't know if that's possible. Maybe a quail egg. I don't know. But look at the feet and the hands. He's got fingernails, toenails. We're not too far distantly related from mice and rats, because we all come from the same fish, and then the first mammal came from the same fish, and we all humans and ape-like humans come from those same first mammals. It's true. It's true. I've researched it. I've done the research. It's all true. But he's really cute. But the thing about rats is when they're, sewer rats, alley rats, street rats, YouTube rats, they're infected with diseases. And then when they bite you or poop all over the place, then, it's just a public health hazard. It could even, be responsible for a plague, bubonic plague and things. But by themselves, just, at a pet store, they're very nice. Here's a nice white one doing a little grooming. A lot of grooming on YouTube, and this guy's grooming himself. And we love that. We love that. It's always advisable to pick the lesser of two weevils. Well, I agree. That makes sense. Gopher haiku. Hello, Barry. Earth piled high and soft, tunnels a hidden world. Small architect. Wow. Did you just create that? That's really nice. You want to hear a piece of haiku that's legendary in Japan from when I lived there? I learned about Basho. Basho walked all over Japan, and I learned about him. I went to his home, actually. His home is in, from way back. His home is in a very small town. What was it? Not far from Nara. It's way out in the country from Nara. That's where they had, I can't remember. I've forgotten. I'd have to really sit down and light up a cigarette and think what the name of that town was. But I went to his home. Anyway, so one of his most famous haiku, are you ready for this? It refers to Matsushima, a beautiful city near Sendai. Okay? And are you ready for this? Matsushima. 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 That's absolutely true. And I bought a Kokeshi doll at a gift store in Matsushima. It's a beautiful tourist place with the finest oysters in Japan. That's indisputable. The greatest oysters in Japan is in Matsushima. And I saw this cute little haiku. This Japanese writing on a Kokeshi doll. And so I asked my Japanese friend, I said, what does that say? And she said, oh, that's from Basho. It's very famous. It's Matsushima. Matsushima. Oh, Matsushima. Just reveling in the beauty of the seaside area. How about that for a haiku, Barry? I still have that Kokeshi on my bookshelf with my other Japanese things. Okay, let's continue on. Great. Basho, B-A-S-H-O. All right, got a little culture there. So there's a white rat, a rat, a wee white rat of a man. Yeah. And now here, you know what this guy is? This is a weasel. Weasels are related to minks, ermine, those animals. And I actually saw in Japan, I was in Ohirase Keiryu, which is in, where the hell was it? Akita Prefecture. One of the most beautiful places in Japan for the fall season. People from all over Japan go to Ohirase Keiryu. And I went with my girlfriend, and the sex was great. And it's just the most beautiful, beautiful place in Japan for autumn. Oirasekeiru. If you're in Japan in the autumn, I mean, grab a girlfriend, grab your wife, pay for a girl, and go up there for the weekend or the 4 days. But I saw one of these in the forest when we were walking around, and I go, "Wow, look at that guy!" And at the hotel, they sell plushies, those plush animal toys of their local weasel variety. So cute, kawaii. Nah, here's a weasel, and this guy's got an attitude. This one looks like it's taxidermied. This is a YouTube weasel. They're much more vicious than weasels, minks. Those things are aggressive. They'll go after a fish or a rabbit or a mouse, a rat, and they'll just attack the thing and rip it to shreds. They're incredibly aggressive, intelligent hunters. This guy here is a YouTube weasel. He's really off the scale with aggressiveness. And when he gets on the scent of a prey, he just goes mad. Mad 1, mad 2, mad 3, And but this guy's taxidermied. But wow, look at those choppers. But sable is also part of the weasel family, from where they make beautiful sable furs and mink furs, coats and hats and whatever you make from sable and mink fur. Ermine, beautiful. It is a beautiful weasel. This looks kind of like the one from Japan, a beautiful brownish body with the patches of black and white on the front. And I think also, what's that animal? Ferrets. Ferrets can be domesticated house pets or apartment, I know people in LA back when I was there, they were very popular, people getting ferrets for pets. Some municipalities, some cities allow ferrets, some counties as pets, and some local governments do not allow ferrets as pests. I think a ferret, if he got loose and got into a neighbor's backyard where they had like a toy poodle or a bunny, you just rip it to shreds and eat it. Or maybe even a baby, a little tiny baby. So maybe that's why some cities don't allow ferrets as pets, but they're really cute and snuggly and affectionate, once they're, acclimated to being a house pet, But they're very, very handsome looking animal. Oh, hobnobs. There's a shout out to Hobnobs from England. And McVitie's makes hobnobs. And these, I bought a package of these last week at the import store. Dark chocolate coated Oaty, 45% oat and wholemeal. They're heavy, oaty, chewy biscuits, but they taste very good. But I'm absolutely serious. 2 or 3 of them and you're full. So it's a great snack to go with a cup of English tea or coffee. They're great. But McVitie's also makes these McVitie's digestives. These are English. I bought this package too. And these are more of a cookie biscuit. And they're not as heavy and chewy. And I like them both, but I would choose McVitie's digestives over hobnobs. Tommy, I don't know if you've ever had hobnobs or McVitie's, but really nice. It's a little snack. McVitie's you can have more than 2 or 3 because they're not as heavy, These are really, you can really see it's filled with oats and whole, whatever. Yeah. Very nice snack. Absolutely perfect with coffee or a cup of tea. And of course, let's not forget our best friend, Ritter Sport from Germany, marzipan. One of the greatest, my go-to chocolate brand. I've never claimed it's the greatest brand of chocolate in the world, but it's my go-to brand. I think that's fair to say it that way. Okay. Are there better brands? No question about it. But for a brand you can buy at a gourmet supermarket or even maybe your local Safeway if possible, This is better than anything, in my opinion. Okay, and marzipan meat, 100% edel marzipan. Just fantastic. Oh my God, it's a vulture. Here we are at Morty's Diner. Here's a vulture out on the job. Okay. Honey badgers are related to weasels too. You know, I was thinking that, Chris F., but I never looked that up. But I can, yeah, makes sense. Yeah. R.I.P. Peanut the squirrel. Oh, that story about that guy who adopted the squirrel, and then the local city demanded to be terminated with extreme prejudice. I mean, that was just absolutely brutal, evil story. Hey, we got a vote for McVitie's and Hobnobs. Thank you, Rich Mitch. Yeah, I mean, given a choice, I'll have either, but I would choose the digestives. They also come in a dark chocolate coating on top or milk chocolate. I'm sure they're both really good. Rich Mitch, have you had rich tea biscuits? No, I'm not familiar with those at all. So I'll look out for those. Barry, Momo Gigati. It is the going to see the leaves changing color. Some people just say momiji, momiji. Yeah, the autumn leaves. That's what it was. That's where I learned that word when I was out with my lady friend, and we're looking at the leaves, and she pointed and went, momiji. She had some problems, but momiji is the leaves. Maybe just maple tree leaves, but it's the autumn leaves, and I think it's momiji, but I could be mistaken. Momojigari, I think. But okay, thank you, Barry. Very nice. Rich Mitch, have you tried Tunic's caramel wafer, snowballs, and tea cakes? Now, hey, at the import store, I did see they have a lot of English, German, Spanish, Portuguese. Yeah, they got a good selection of products. I did see some products that were the brand name Tunic's, but I didn't buy any that last trip. So they may have that exact product: caramel wafer, snowballs, and tea cakes. Tea cake sounds nice. I will, Rich Mitch, 2 pounds from England. Thank you, Rich. Mort, you need to write down the tonics. Okay, next time I go to the import store, a week or two, I will. I'll get those, and I'll give a review, and I'm sure they're going to be terrific. Thank you. Tea and Tickers. I asked him about a year or two ago. I said, since you're a real Englishman, when Americans hear about English and tea, what do real English people drink for tea at home? What brand? Is it PG Tips? And he said, PG Tips is vile. He said it's Yorkshire tea or Yorkshire Gold. That's it. I liked PG Tips. I thought it was good. But so then I bought Yorkshire tea or Yorkshire Gold, and it's splendid. Very, very nice. So I guess, Rich Mitch, a cup of Yorkshire Gold and a snack of Tunic's tea cakes or something. So that's a deal. I'll do it. Buy it. Buy all three. Fantastic. Great to know what when you get the info straight from the English guy himself. And Tunic's incredible sustenance with tea. Wow, snowballs. Tunic's snowballs are addictive. Holy cow, Barry. Sorry, you are right. It was a typo. Meant momiji. Yeah, I was right. Vindicated again. Hear that, Tommy? Vindicated again. Right. So here we are back at the vulture content. Now here's a guy out on the prey doing his job, cleaning up the YouTube and the ecosystem, the YouTube ecosystem, and out in nature as well. Doing what he does. It's a vulture. He kind of looks like an Air Force bomber, the design, or a Concorde. It's an amazing animal. Look at that. Look at those fingernails, claws. Wow. They could pick up a baby a puppy dog, a cat, a gopher, a fish, you name it, a weasel, a weevil. Well, not weevil, but yeah. A wee rat. They can pick one of those apiece. They can pick up two wee rats at the same time, left and right claws. Here's a handsome portrait photo of a vulture. Very handsome man. They have no feathers on their heads because, they're digging their face and the beak right into the dead carcass, ripping out the flesh. And the feathers on the head, you would imagine, just became a evolutionary improvement, because having all those feathers on the head would just get in the way of, all the dead carcass meat, leaving pieces and chunks on the feathers and then rotting and So yeah, interesting nose. That's for heavy respiration, deep inhaling, and while they're flying and doing their job. So beautiful bird. And of course, he's got the dinosaur feet. There we go, dinosaur feet, absolutely. These birds are living dinosaurs. It's true. Handsome bird. This could be the channel mascot, in fact. I think that's a great idea. Now, this is a buzzard. Okay, so let's look at the beak. Okay, this is a buzzard. Similar. There's the beak there. And you see the vulture's beak? This is like the cartoon character in that Warner Brothers cartoon with the mama vulture and the baby vulture. So that's a vulture beak. Okay, he's just designed for ripping out the flesh of a dead carcass. And here's the buzzard, and it's a little bit different. And actually, this bird, you could put an owl head, like a barn owl head, on this bird. Just chop off the heads and sew on a barn owl head. It would look like an owl, like a barn owl. But of course, they're all related. They're birds. But that's a buzzard, man. And here's a Rolex, because we always have to talk about Rolex on all of these channels. This is a Pepsi. I don't know what the reference number is. I mean, it's a Pepsi. I mean, who gives a shit? Look at this thing. It looks so stupid. I mean, really. I mean, people, this is all people talk about, is getting one of these. What a goofy looking watch. Look at that. It's got that Mercedes hand. It is so stupid. The Land Dweller has beautifully designed hands. A million time improvement over these Mercedes hands. It's got an hour hand that's straight and a minute hand that's straight. It looks great. The hour and minute hands on the Land Dweller. This Mercedes hand, it's just, ugh. This might be a vintage 1016. Is that possible? I don't know what the 1016 is, but the Rolex people all know what a 1016 is. Whoa! It's Morty's Diner. Let's catch up to the comments. Snowballs are addictive. Oh, okay. Yorkshire tea is marvelous, as is Tetley's. That's very interesting, Rich, because back when I was a little kid, Tetley's was a major brand in America. Tetley's and Lipton. That was before they had, bazillions of brands of tea and kinds of tea at the supermarket. And Tetley was good. I preferred Tetley over Lipton. And the advertising guy was like a British retired admiral with a big white beard and, Commodore Tetley or something like that. I don't remember. But I did buy a box of Tetley's a couple of years ago just to try it out. It was on the very bottom shelf at the supermarket. It was like 50 tea bags for $5. I mean, it's just garbage. It was shit. As a matter of fact, I threw it out. I had a couple cups and I said, this stuff is absolute shit. So in England, it may be a quality tea, but the Tetley that's here is just literally bottom shelf, bottom of the barrel garbage. Yeah, a lot of those brands from the 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s era, they still have the brand names, but they never progressed and became popular. So today the brands are there, but they're just bottom shelf, cheap crap. Twinings in our cottage. Yeah, Twinings is okay. I buy Twinings when I can't find the choices that I'm really looking for. So I will buy Twinings, a chamomile, or Twinnings, perhaps. Is it Twinings or Twinnings? Yeah. And I'll buy their chamomile. It comes in a sky blue colored package, and green tea sometimes. But I have other brands and English tea, but I have other brands that I've found I like a lot more than Twinings. But Twinings is good. It's certainly okay. Yes, it's unbelievable. Mrs. Wilkinson, outrageously, Starbucks does a very nice cup of tea. Oh my God. Maybe you have different tea that Starbucks uses over there because, yeah. These raptors look deadly serious, Morty. Yeah, they'll choke you out with a rope. I mean, the rich ones, the wealthy raptors, they don't do those things themselves. They know people. They send people out to break your legs. The wealthy, raptors, but they are deadly serious. Thank you for the comment. And we're back to Rich Mitch. Mrs. Wilkinson. Never tried Starbucks tea, never been brave enough. Well, Starbucks coffee it's one of the most amazing American success stories because the coffee is shit. I mean, it's just undrinkable shit. And it's a mega billion-dollar company. It's just incredible. GD, 50 peso super sticker. Thank you for the channel's support. As always, GD. It's genuinely a very nice cuppa. Okay, well, very nice. And GD, look at that. $100, 100 peso super chat. The 214270, that is the Explorer 1. Which, if I ever was drunk enough to go out and buy a Rolex, I could see getting a 214270 or the updated one with the loomed numerals, and indexes, but I don't know what that number might be on that one. But the thing is, with this community, this mental asylum community, if somebody goes out and buys their first Rolex and they buy an Explorer 1, everyone ridicules them. That's like Watch Reporter. What did you buy that fucking piece of crap for? That's not a Rolex. That's shit. You'd be embarrassed. You're going to be embarrassed to wear that in public. If anybody sees that, they're going to go, "You're a pauper. You didn't get a GMT Master 2, or a Milgauss, or a Yacht Master 1, Yeah, but I think as an everyday watch, Rolex wise, that's the only one worth getting, or the Oyster Perpetual, 39, whatever it comes in now. All right, I'll give it a try. Agree. Yorkshire Gold is that's not good. Yorkshire Gold is a good cup of tea. Fantastic. Yeah, it's very good. The other brand that I like very much for English tea is called they have a variety called English tea, Irish tea, Scottish breakfast tea. And it's the Scottish breakfast tea is just incredible. I mean, it's like, wow. And I just forgot, just for this moment, I forgot the brand name. I'll get it. It'll pop back in my head. It's really, really good quality. And that's like 50 bags for $10. The Andean condor is the coolest vulture in the world. Yeah, I think like decades ago, National Geographic, a TV show, did a feature on the Andean condor and California condor. I've seen condor. I actually saw one in the wild flying around. A very impressive bird. Very impressive. Almost kind of pterodactyl looking, in its size and yeah. Mm-hmm. What the hell is that brand name of tea? It's Tailors of Harrogate. Any of you English people out there, Tailors of Harrogate, or anywhere, if you can find it in an upscale market, Tailors of Harrogate Scottish breakfast tea. It comes in a dark blue box. It's extraordinary. It's remarkable. Okay, their Irish tea was good, and their English tea, or English breakfast tea, I guess they call it. Those are all really, really good. I don't know what the actual Yorkshire people out there, how they would think of it, since they're already, sold on Yorkshire Gold, but very, very good product, and totally superior to Twinings or Twinnings, however you say that. All right, very nice. Hey, 11 people watching, fantastic. Let's go back and yeah, I wanted to just a quick highlight. A few days ago, my good friend Uzi, people will know this who were watching the show, he was in one of his moods, and he sent me a $1 Cash App, and it was a very vile message he included on the Cash App. And then I heard him gloating a day or two ago on the Watch Nicholas. He was saying, I really stuck at the crappy. he'll never be able to show it on his video, on his show. But this is what he sent me. This is a screenshot from my phone on Cash App. You see, it's from Uzi. This was 2 days ago at 11:08 p.m. And he sent me a Cash App for $1. And it said, the message he attached to it was $1 for please quit being a N-word. I did a little red drawing there. And he sent me $1. So I looked at that, thought about it for a minute. And I thought, this is absolutely vile and disgusting and unacceptable. So I pushed refund. And as you can see here, it was refunded. It returns the $1 to Uzi, the sender. It says refund sent to Uzi. So this is what he does. Yeah, he really does talk like that. Rich Mitch, £2. What do you think of medium blue Oyster Perpetual? I think the Oyster Perpetual is the nicest, what do you call it? Dress watch, everyday watch. 39, 40, 41. I was so close to buying the 39 in white. That was like 6 years ago in Seattle. I had it on my wrist and it was available and brand new. They just got it in the store, and I just couldn't see spending $5,700 on a watch. But of course, if I had bought it, maybe it's double the value now. But I think all the colors on an Oyster Perpetual are terrific, except I don't like, they have one in a bright green and like a coral color. I don't like that. I'm not, but a black, white, or a rhodium, maybe it's rhodium dial color or a grayish silver color. It's great. Right? A blue, yeah. So terrific. Yeah. Thank you for the £2 super chat, Rich Mitch. Little Dave is here. Big fan of the channel. He says, get it. It's the best. Definitely the best. Right. Uzi has a vulture sound for you. Well, the guy is fixated on me. Little Dave. Yeah, he likes throwing that N-word around because he does. I mean, it's, how do you explain that? I mean, how do you explain someone who talks like that? Right. Okay. I mean, it's just so socially unacceptable. It violates all conventions of society to talk like that. And but I just wanted to prove that, because when I say something like that, it's true. But when I say things, they're true. Sometimes, most of the time. So there's the verification, and it's just unbelievable, unbelievable. All right, so we got that covered. Little Dave. Uzi is basically Jax with a little extra money. Oh, I don't think so at all. No. Jax would never talk like that. He doesn't do that. He's more controlled. He's aware of what he's saying. And he's much more interesting and well-versed. And much more life experience. And a much more appreciative guy of someone who becomes his friend, So no, not at all, little Dave. Well, red face, yeah, it's something, Gigadwa. It's ain't it something? But not only are we, let me change that picture here again. No, not only over at Morty's Diner are we vultures. Let me get that other picture. Look at this guy. Whoa, man. Not only are we proudly vultures, we're proudly vultures. We're not self-loathing vultures. That guy keeps using the phrase self-loathing and then fill in the blank. Self-loathing vulture, self-loathing human, self-loathing petulant child, self-loathing blank, It's only self-loathing. I don't know where the self-loathing, self-hating thing comes in. I love myself. I love my life. I mean, things are great. Or they have been greater, but things are good. What does Hickok 45 say? Life is good. This is a handsome fellow right here. Very handsome. Handsome bird. All right, let's go with the marzipan picture. There we go. If I ever met Tommy in New Jersey or New York, if we were going to get together for coffee and a crumpet or a tonic snowball and coffee, I'd bring him a six-pack of Ritter chocolates as a friendly gift. Barry, how you doing? Another question. What is his fascination with, or let me do it again. Another question. What is his fascination with the N-word? Like a 10-year-old who just discovered a cuss word. That's perfectly stated. Like a 10-year-old. Yeah, I can't explain what his fascination is with it. You'd have to ask him. Or his, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. It's who he is. He's fascinated with it. Dave, I think it's kind of like a defense mechanism. You think so? That is one plausible answer, one possibility, yeah. But I don't know. I think it goes deeper than that. But we're not here to, do a show about him. I just wanted to show that Cash App receipt to verify I was telling the truth. Which I do. When he's cornered or in a difficult situation, this is true, little Dave, yeah. When he's cornered or in a difficult situation, he unloads the N-bomb and other bombs too, yeah. Yeah, well, that's true. And Jax, see, that's a big difference. Jax never does that. He can handle a conversation. He can handle an argument, a discussion, a debate, quite well. Uzi doesn't do that. He doesn't have that capability. He could develop it, but he doesn't have it. Anyway, fantastic. So, the invite link is up, and it's a very relaxing afternoon today. Very, very nice. And it's going to be raining, heavy, heavy rain starting tonight through the weekend. I cannot wait. It's going to be phenomenal. I love it. Cold, gray, cloudy, and heavy rain is the best, especially when you're at the beach. It's very romantic. You don't know how many times I was over at Jones Beach and in the heavy rain and the cold in the winter with whichever female, and it is so romantic. The smell of the Atlantic Ocean, the wind, the howling, the wind, the snow, the rain, the seagulls, the terns. Oh, man. That was then. It's not now. GD. Those people are surpassing those. Oh, this is an interesting sentence. Those people are surpassing. I'll do it again. Those people are surpassing those people's hate and miscountness. Well, I mean, that was a new development yesterday. It was something, you know. But yeah, GD, Morty is resilient, taking blows left and right from those people and those people. Well, you know, here, you know, we take blows, you know, and just shrug them off. On those other channels, it's all blowjob talk. It's all blowjobs, suck offs, face blasting, sucking the KOK, you know, a little different than boxing blows, you know. But yeah, you bet, GD, reflective of. Boy, you know, maybe before the end of the year, we'll be gifted with GD joining the panel. We can talk about anything, 1 minute or an hour, you know. That would be the highlight of the year, maybe. Well, maybe, yeah. Alcoholism, drug addiction, mass hysteria, sociopathy, psychopathy. Well, it's absolutely true. I mean, not to pick on anybody, because I have lots of friends who have had addiction issues in their lives, and they're great people. I mean, every one that I can think of, you know. YouTube attracts an incredible number of alcoholics, addicts, drug users or former drug users, criminals, felons, convicts, lunatics, low IQ people, low effort ejaculators. I mean, it's just, think about it. Just think in your head of all the different personalities. It's really true. Why is that? Now, some of these people are very, very good people. And they had issues when they were younger, and they've changed their lives around. And you can't be but happy for those people, you know. But some people just, they still live that mentality, and they've never improved. And they're still like they were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 40 years ago, you know. And rageaholics, sociopaths, psychopaths, probably arsonists too. I haven't met any arsonists in the YouTube mental asylum, but maybe there's some arsonists out there too. Kleptomaniacs, department store shopping thieves, people who commit grand theft. There's been a number of those on the channel, in the asylum channels over the years. People who just steal high value luxury goods, you know, pens, wallets, neckties, all that stuff. And they get caught. And they get a felony on their record. And for what? For stealing a Louis Vuitton product? I mean, can you imagine getting a felony charge, conviction on your permanent record? And what was it for? It was for stealing a Louis Vuitton wallet. You know, or a, you know, luxury writing, or 1 or 2 luxury pens, Mont Blanc or whatever. You know, and then, you know, you're over at the jail after just getting booked, and they put you in the tank, in the cell. I mean, and the other guy goes, "What are you in for?" And you just give him a look and roll your eyes. So the other guy, the old guy, Pops, you know, who's been there, you know, repeatedly, he goes, "It's okay. You can tell us. You're among friends." So you just look at him and say, "For stealing 2 luxury Mont Blanc pens." Then the first guy goes, "No, really, you can tell us." And then you just look at him, you know. Can you believe that? Actually getting arrested for shoplifting a pen or a wallet, Cartier cufflinks, or any of these luxury products. It's just, I mean, I can understand. I can understand someone cracks up enough and they go deep enough and down enough in their life and they try a bank robbery or hold up a convenience store, something, a liquor store robbery, and they use a knife or, but because they're just at the point of lost all hope and they just need that money, or food. But to get arrested, a felony conviction for stealing a luxury product, I mean, the people are out there, the jizz verse. That's it, man. The jizz verse. They be jizzing. Destro, hey, man. Good evening, Morty. New to your stream. Enjoying it here. Well, thank you, Destro. Now I'm waiting for the shiv in the back. Not sure why it took me so long to find it. 1 year in, and I'm still trying to figure out who is who. Well, this channel is a little bit different than many of the other channels, or certainly those other channels. This is the channel that everybody hates, that those people hate, lie about, make up shit about, non-stop on a daily or almost daily basis. Lies, distortions, lies. I heard yesterday, I heard some lies, just total lies. Total, it's complete. It pops into these people's heads and they blurt it out. And maybe some of the audience they believe this shit. But, that's them, but it's all true. It's all lies. What I'm saying that they do, it's just made up stuff. They just pull it out of their ass and throw it out there, and people go, "Oh my God, really?" It's amazing. But good to see you, Destro. Thank you very much. Maybe you'll be so kind to give the show a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thank you. Did you wish Caesar a happy birthday, Morty? Are you referring to Paul Pluta, Art AC3? No, I didn't. I don't really participate on that channel anymore. Last time I communicated with him, he called me a what did he say? He called me a stalker. This is a year ago, 2 years ago. He called me a fucking stalker. And I asked him to, can you clarify? Would you just offer any kind of retraction or apology? And he said, nothing. So I'm not interested in. I might look at the channel here and there, but I don't follow it like I used to, for over a decade. Little Dave, what happened to Tommy? I wanted a co-host to giggle at everything I say, but maybe he'll be back. Little Dave, hey, buddy. Trump called off the federal surge in San Francisco. The tech billionaires convinced him they don't want their servant class disrupted. Big fighting last night downtown Portland at the ICE facility. It's really getting out of hand in downtown Portland. I mean, Trump's got to get that National Guard in here. 200, 300 troops would totally solve the problem. Blockade certain streets, put them on patrol, jeeps, in military vehicles, stationed around the city. It'd just be unbelievable. I would go down there every day if it was like that. Getting shawarma and voodoo donuts. Boris, yes, face blasts and jizz rags, baby. That's right. No knife in the back. Well, thank you. But I thought I had everything figured out. Now it seems like I'm back to square one. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of psychopaths and players out there, and it does take time to get acclimated to who's who. But this is a channel of entertainment, fun, laughs, satire, not harassment and bullying and hate. I do a lot of parody and satire here, and humor and wit. Satire is satire. Satire is not hate, viciousness, bullying, insulting. But, what do I know, right? Thank you, Destro. Okay. Hey, 19 viewers. Fantastic. I'm going to refresh my YouTube page. And 11 thumbs up. Oh, come on, folks. Have some pity on Morty. Thumbs up. A thumbs down. You don't even have to super chat. Well, I take that back. Yeah, but come on, give a thumbs up. Help help the Commergin out. The Vulture. Help the Vulture out. Okay, Boris, PhD. I hope they keep protesting so the property values go down in Southwest Waterfront. That's a very nice part of Portland. Then I can be a vulture and buy a couple apartments on the cheap. Well, the problem is the city's being destroyed on a daily and weekly and monthly basis, and the whole city is just being destroyed one day at a time, and the property values will be going down, but people won't be moving in. They'll just be homeless people living there on federal housing. They'll just take over all those beautiful condos and tower apartment buildings, and it's going to be like Gotham City run by the Joker, you know. We got a new mayor, half a year ago or a year ago? The guy's a total clown. Is he better than Ted Wheeler, the guy who single-handedly destroyed Portland 4.5 years ago? I think he's probably the same. He's done nothing, along with the governor, the lesbian governor. They've done nothing to provide any safeguards or security in the city. And they say everything's fine. It's not a war zone. Everything's fine. They're deranged liberal lunatics. I bet you they don't even eat Ritter marzipan. I wouldn't be surprised if they've never even heard of it, or McVitie's digestives, or hobnobs, or weasels. Yeah, that's a buzzard. Nice picture. Yeah. So I'm going to be going next week. I don't know if I'll have any shows next week. Okay. I'm going to be going to California. It's all booked and ready to go. Yeah, I have a business in Southern California. Little Dave, Portland and Chicago look the worst so far. Yeah, I would agree with that. Portland and Chicago leading the nation in decay, urban social decay, and right up there in very tight in second place, Los Angeles, Seattle, and of course, Minneapolis, Baltimore, and Camden, New Jersey, and Detroit, and all kinds of cities. But yeah, Portland and Chicago are definitely leading the pack. And San Francisco. How could I forget San Francisco? It's become an unbearable shithole. I wonder what the tourism statistics are for San Francisco. I mean, that should be a readily available statistic from their, travel commission, San Francisco, travel commission. I wouldn't be surprised if tourism to San Francisco is down from, let's say, 5 years ago, down 50%. I wouldn't be surprised. Portland, I mean, same thing. Yeah. There's the truth. If there was no Voodoo Donut store downtown, there'd be nothing downtown. Portland is not a city of cultural attractions. There are none. And Boris might have a different opinion on that, but there are no cultural attractions for a tourist to want to visit Portland to see, like New York or Chicago or things. Yeah, there's the beautiful outdoors, which is just staggeringly, stunningly beautiful. But the city of Portland, it offers, nothing for the tourist, except Voodoo Donuts. It's true, absolutely true. Little Dave, San Francisco is actually on the up compared to some of these other cities. Really? How's Union Square doing? What happened to the Westfield Shopping Center in Union Square? It's completely barren, empty completely. It's gone. Every store is gone. What about the poop? Do they still have that poop number you can call to the city government, like 311 or 711, whatever it is, 999? And they'll come out and scoop up the people poop that's all over the sidewalks. Do they still have that poop recovery program going on in San Francisco? Jeez, it's just unbelievable. But the bar was pretty low. Yes. To be fair, after seeing Drugstore Cowboy, I don't want to go to Portland. Hey, I put up a post on my YouTube page yesterday. Some guy did a commentary about Portland on his channel, and it was very, very good. If anyone's interested, if you're interested, let me make sure I put it up there, because it was a very good and accurate video. Boris, I don't know if you would agree with it, but here it is. It's called Portland Zombies Empty 52 Stores, Mayor Freaks Out. Portland Implodes. So go to my posts page and watch the video. It's called Total Destruction and Chaos. Same thing is happening in Chicago and other cities as well. People in England or other countries, Australia, they probably see this stuff and just can't believe it. Japan, I don't know what people in Japan could possibly think when they see this kind of chaos going on in American cities. It's beyond anything they could even conceive of. But that video and the guy who narrated it, very, very accurate picture of what's happening in Portland. Check it out. Okay, very nice. One thing to do to round up all these Antifa and rioters and anarchists downtown is the ICE agents should just toss out hundreds of marzipan packages, just like here in the picture. Just go out there and throw out 100 of them to all the protesters. And when they're all bending over, picking them up off the sidewalk and opening up the package and eating them, that's when you pepper spray, tear gas the hell out of them and club them over the head, handcuff them, and throw them in jail. And if they're lucky, they can keep the marzipan and eat it when they're being booked. Give them a little energy boost while they're in jail. And they do not get, no cash bail. They get sent to jail and they have to stay there until they see a judge. Then they go to the county jail. Right, for anarchy, rioting. Whatever the charges are, there's tons of charges they can give them. Vagrancy. None of these people have any money. Bust them for all the dope they have on their body, all the drugs and shit, Carrying weapons. I want to be reasonable. The guys in the cartoon character costumes like Tinky Winky and Bugs Bunny and what other characters they have? Giant Easter Bunny characters. Yeah, those guys at least are they have a little panache in their rioting, so you can leave those alone. I think those people are more harmless compared to the violent rioters. So the costume character guys, just they're okay. After everybody's scooped up, if they're still there rioting but protesting, okay, then you can leave them. It's a added color to downtown. But if they're hurling rocks and pepper spraying people, then you have to club Scooby-Doo over the head and take him away in his costume. I never saw that movie, Jay Gray, Drugstore Cowboy. I don't know why. Let me look it up. Who was in that? Drugstore Cowboy. Okay, here it is. Gus Van Sant. Okay. 1989. Stars Kelly Lynch. Oh, not interested. And Matt Dillon. Matt Dillon was okay. I have no problem with Matt Dillon. So, yeah, he's okay. And Kelly Lynch, isn't that John Travolta's wife or something, or somebody like that? Let me look up Kelly Lynch's. Born in Minnesota. Spouse. No, she's not married to Travolta. That's somebody else. Turned down the Sharon Stone role in Basic Instinct. Maybe she's not that much of a slut, and she didn't want to show her snatch like Sharon Stone did. Former John Casablancas model who was discovered on an elevator. Wow. Worked briefly as an airline stewardess. Best friends with Sheryl Crow. Wow. How about that? So who's John Travolta's wife? What's that person? John Travolta. What's his wife's name? Not Kelly Lynch. It's something different. John Travolta has a shaved head like Kojak now. He doesn't really look that good in that style. Some people can look... Oh, Kelly Preston. That's Travolta's wife. Okay, I got it. Some people can do the shaved head thing and look really masculine and handsome. Travolta, no. Doesn't look good. Okay, back to the chat. William S. Burroughs did a cameo. Well, that guy, that's some... Yeah, he's a character. I've seen him on interviews in the 60s and 70s and 80s probably. And well, I remember in 60s and 70s, I certainly saw him on interviews on TV. Yeah. Wow. You know, I let me bring that up again, because what was Drugstore Cowboy about? Let's see what it says here. Okay, 1989 black comedy crime drama film. All right, it follows a group of nomadic drug addicts in 1971 Portland, Oregon. I didn't know that. And let's see. They travel across the Pacific Northwest, robbing pharmacies and hospitals to support their habits. Kind of like they'd have their own YouTube channel, you'd think. These kinds of people. After stealing from a neighborhood pharmacy, they drive home to get high. Okay. They trade him for some morphine. They trade some morphine for speed. Okay. Okay. Well, I wonder if this is a movie worth... Yeah, William S. Burroughs plays Father Murphy. I wonder if this is a good movie. What's the reviews on this thing here? Critical response. 97% are positive reviews. Hey, Jay Gray, I'll put this on my movie list. And it's not up at the top of the list, but maybe I'll check it out sometime. Thanks for mentioning that. Okay. Nobody's coming on the panel. Nobody wants to talk to Morty today. Maybe they're gun shy. They're afraid of getting face blasted. If anyone, I think people might be afraid of getting face blasted by those people if they come on my channel. Jay Gray, I never saw that TV show Portlandia. I don't know why. I just never looked at it. And everybody said, "Hey, you should check it out. It's kind of a fun show, or interesting, you know." And that's probably like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, probably. Well, actually longer, I think. Maybe sometime I'll look it up and I'll watch the first episode and maybe I'll like it. Hey, we have a guest. Let's lower that music. Let's prepare the arena for our guest. Well, the stage, not arena. And welcome to the panel, Jay Gray.
Hi, I didn't scare nothing.
There you go, because you got the bone shaker with you. So.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I do.
Yeah. Is Bone Shaker your top three brands? In your top three?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
Top three, yes.
Very nice. Yeah. And when you drink one can of
Guinness
Bone Shaker...
is in there as well.
And Guinness. Wow.
Guinness.
When you drink a whole can of Bone Shaker, do you get more of a buzz than just drinking a whole can of, say, Coors or Budweiser? Do you detect the difference?
For me, it's just getting it down the gullet. The Bone Shaker for tastes so
Got it. Got it. Got
good.
it. Oh, really?
If there
That's
was
good.
a session IPA that tasted as good as Bone Shaker, or even a non-alcoholic beer, I'd even go that far. There's a non-alcoholic beer that tasted as good as Bone Shaker, I would drink it.
I haven't seen it here in any of the stores. If I see it, out of curiosity, I'll buy a can and give it a try and just see what it's like. Because where does Moosehead beer fit in your personal selections? No
Well, I
go.
enjoyed Moosehead whilst I was in Nova Scotia. Moosehead was great out there. Oh no, sorry, Keith's or Moosehead, one of the two.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I love the brand name Moosehead because that's just like total Canadian, like Beaver Tail or Beaverhead or Big Beaver or something. It's very Canadian, Moosehead.
Yeah, their latest marketing commercial that I've seen is got them promoting that it's Canadian. It's in the name, eh?
Wow, that's very good.
Moose in the beginning of head, you've got EHA.
That's very good. Very
Yeah.
clever. Right, I like that. Okay. Let's see here. Let's continue on. Oh, GD, channel member and 100 pesos. Here in Argentina, we're all thankful to Mr. Trump for the conditional $40 billion bailout. Once it's received, I'll only send magenta and red super chats thanks to the American taxpayer. Oh boy, that's fantastic.
Well,
We're all looking forward to that. That would be nice.
What I've heard is that that's being done at the expense of American farmers.
Well, you see, some people may be of the political opinion, no foreign aid for any country, no loans or foreign aid for any country. Keep it all here. They can take care of themselves. Okay, that's one idea. Some people say, like the Democrats, just spend the money all over the world on every possible bizarre program, like transsexual grooming for Pakistan, or Mali,
Yeah, they had some pretty strange stuff going on, didn't they?
Yeah, and those are just a total waste of money. But you need to you can't be alone on the planet. You have to have friends. Other countries need to have friends if in case something happens. For not only for trade, but
you gotta buy your friends.
Well, no, but you can exchange with friends in terms of trade to develop friendships with trade. And if you help out a country and you can work out a friendship, well, quote, friendship or a positive relationship, it's like, not to use a cliched example, but after Germany was destroyed, we helped them. We rebuilt Germany into the modern superpower it is. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's good for the world,
Yeah.
Germany under Angela Merkel has totally destroyed her country, destroyed it. But,
well, she's been gone for a while, but yeah, like back
the residue effect of her being there, opening up. Yeah, but the residue effect of her being there, of inviting in all the invaders, under the camouflage of refugees, is just the end of Germany and other European countries. But building back Japan, Germany, Italy, helping countries, become independent and healthy or viable, and is to everyone's benefit, including our country.
Well, that's why I don't understand all this strife with Russia. Wouldn't they be the great business partner?
We were friends with Russia during World War II, and even in Tsarist Russia, we had a positive relationship with Tsar. But I don't, it's the communist ideology that's still there in many people, and the propaganda that they're taught years ago under the Soviet system about, be wary of the Americans. They're the bad people.
Oh, so they're not friends with us because they don't trust us?
Well, that's an interesting perspective. I've met quite a number of Russian people, and Americans and Russian people, they get along just like peanut butter and jelly, just great. They have the same the two countries have the same Christian heritage background
Yes, yes, yes.
and a shared Christian heritage background
Hmm.
and similar culture. There's no reason why Russia and America can't be, and Canada, can't be the best of friends. It's a disaster.
No,
You know,
it's counterintuitive.
it is.
What's
It
happening?
is. Yeah, it's just incredible. Yeah. I say we need to import more Russian beautiful supermodels to America and Ukrainian,
Enough.
and
But,
protect
yeah, we're also
protect them, nurture them, and get them over here.
can't have them all.
Well, can't have them all. Yeah, we can send them Whataburger franchises, and hey, I've seen some stories on YouTube popping up in thumbnails of Tim Horton having big public relations image problems because they're a terrible employer and they've been hiring all kinds of illegal aliens in their
Well, I
shops.
don't know if they're illegal, but they're hiring temporary workers.
And they're all from certain countries.
Yes.
So, yeah. So when you walk in there, it's like, this isn't Tim Hortons. Where's the A? Good morning, A? You don't get that at all. You get welcome. And the whole
You should see what Domino's is like.
Right, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, they've destroyed their friendly neighborhood image, I guess, if they had that as a local donut coffee shop
They were foreign. They were purchased by a foreign entity many years ago, and
yeah,
started to go downhill a long time ago.
Incredible. Yeah.
So this is just the next phase, the latest.
Right, the next phase of the decline. Right. You believe in ghosts?
I've never had an encounter. No reason not.
Yeah. How about Satan and devils? Satan and
And
hell.
devils. Well, I've seen evidence of that, but not personally.
I've seen that on YouTube. I've seen absolute evidence of that on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I mean, right? Those people were nasty and vicious to Jax. Oh, completely. Right. Hey, Dean, ever calling. Sacrificing myself to the most scavenging. Sacrificing myself to the most scavenging vulture of all time. Pick. Yeah, thank you for the channel support. AD never calling. Yeah, we're proudly vultures and buzzards here because we provide a great service to the YouTube ecosystem.
Wasn't there a Greek actor that said, "Just leave my body to the animals"?
Really, I don't know that. Well,
no,
I don't know. Yeah.
What
Greek
actor could it have been?
Yeah, I don't know.
He was around
GD 100 pesos.
70s and the 80s.
And what did he do? This actor, what?
Well, his last will was leave my body out for the vultures.
Wow, what a way to go!
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Melee is not very popular here at the moment, Jay Gray. President Trump's got to prop up his allies abroad. Right.
Okay.
Uh-oh, what is this? Hingis would disagree with your opinion on Angela Merkel. Well, I mean, that's fine. No problem.
Well,
he can have a different opinion, but I don't think he well, he lives there, but it's just obvious the country is just, she destroyed the country.
You couldn't say no.
And all the other Europe, Sweden, England, Ireland, France, these countries are being destroyed from within because of their vile, there's another word, vile leadership. I mean, it's just incredible. Yeah. Ignorant. Yeah.
Well, they got to be complicit at some point.
Well, look at Hungary. The guy who's president of Hungary, he's protecting his country. So I don't want any of this.
Shafted by your POTUS. He got shafted in the last couple of days, the last day or two.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
President Corbyn, I think his name. Corbyn or Corbyn, yeah. He doesn't allow any of this quote refugee bullshit into his country. Hungary is for Hungary, and you're welcome to move here, but you got to become like us. We're not adapting. We're not changing to your shit. And Sweden is pretty much gone. Or not now. In one generation, all these countries are gone because they're not fighting back.
Mhm.
Hungary is alone, almost by itself in Europe, and maybe one other country I don't recall, but yeah. Japan, the new prime minister of Japan, who just got in office, this woman, she wants to
Mhm.
throw out, close immigration and throw out all the, those people. Just get them out of there. She
Oh,
sees
gee.
she sees the danger to Japanese society.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, so super thumbs up to her. Yeah,
But they're facing a declining population issue
yeah, I understand,
severely.
but bringing in those people is no solution. It's only a danger. It's only a cause of losing your country at an accelerated rate. That's all.
Okay, so is there a population there that she's wants to route out? Is there a population there now, or is
Yes,
she just
yes,
saying
yes.
no?
Well, she wants
No,
to close. She wants to close off all undesirable immigration. All the immigrants who are high risk or risky. Okay, and that's fantastic to save Japan. Okay, there is a declining population because young Japanese just want to have sex all day long at the love hotels and not get married, and so they're not producing babies. And Tommy could extrapolate the data, but if you don't make enough babies, then the population is not reproducing. So that's a problem. I tried my best over in Japan to help repopulate the Japanese population,
Mhm.
but I can, one man can only do so much, you know. But it's a magnificent place to live. If people of high moral standards and matched the courtesy and the decency that would be appropriate to live there, I'm sure they would welcome all kinds of people to move there, but not like YouTube people, for example. They don't want YouTube type people there because they're like Viscountess types. Okay, AD.
Could
I don't
Marcella be
think.
watching?
Well, Marcelo. I mean, he's there. He's established there for a long time. So I don't know what. I haven't followed Marcelo's career in the last. I mean, his story in the last several months. So I don't know. I don't think Higgy would disagree. He knows what's
I'm
up. His new neighbors refuse to assimilate. Well, that's absolutely what it is. It's not only they refuse to assimilate; it's conquering by colonizing. That's the approach in Canada, in the U.S., in Europe, and it's all due to, and this is the fact. It's all because of Barry Sotero. It's the fact. Because he's one of them. It's all true. It's all true. Well, I don't mean I mean Marcelo, but his goings on is what I meant, Dickens. What he's been doing. I heard he sold his restaurant, but outside of that, I don't know where he is or what he's been doing or whatever. Yeah, Morty
Yeah,
shot blank.
I'm waiting to find out if he sold all the booze in
Oh,
the
in the
flesh.
restaurant. Yeah, that's interesting. When he sold the restaurant, was it just lock, stock, and barrel, or did he sell things? Well, I think wouldn't you think if he sold the restaurant, it includes all the inventory?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's why I want to know what happened to the booze. He quit the collection.
Well, that's a good question for him. If you see him anywhere, you can ask him. I don't know. You would imagine they just sell the whole place, quote lock, stock, and barrel. But who knows? Yeah. Migrants that don't assimilate to the thousands of year old culture. Well, that's what it is. Yeah. Or in our case, the hundreds of year old culture. But 100 years of culture. Yeah. Okay. Right. Right. All right. Very good. So, have you been watching any of the face blasting and vulturizing of the last day or two on these channels? It's pretty.
I'm not even aware of what you're
Yeah,
referring to.
well, then good because it's pretty nasty, or very nasty. But you know, it's to be expected. So anyway, yeah.
Okay, well, sounds like the less I know, the better.
Yeah, it is. That's the best way to watch this stuff. Is the less you know, the better, because it relieves all stress and it removes you from stress and mental anguish. And like, why am I watching this kind of thing? Right.
Much like McVitie's Digestive, dark chocolate.
Yes, yes. Does your bone shaker come in bottles or cans?
Well, back in the day, you could get it in bottles, and it was very
Right.
interesting. You would take a cold bottle of beer, and you'd pour in the beer into a glass,
Hmm.
and there'd be a lot of yeast extract
Hmm.
involved, floating around in the beer. It's a little disconcerting at first,
Will that give you chlamydia?
but the beer's not
Is drinking all that yeast?
pasteurized.
If you drink all that
Chlamydia,
yeast in a beer, does that develop chlamydia in people? You get a yeast
maybe
infection?
a yeast infection. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Maybe it's worth it. I don't
could.
know. Yeah.
Maybe that's why I'm
I
not getting laid. I don't know.
mm, I mm, I looked up some whiskey, some liquor stores in Ontario, the LCBO website stuff, and they sell that German beer I was raving about. And if you
Yeah,
have an
yeah,
LCBO store
yeah.
that you shop at or can get to, you could try one bottle of that Weihenstephaner Weihenstephaner beer from Germany, and it would be fascinating to hear your opinion of it if you do buy a bottle. $3, you check it out. And because you're a beer guy, you would
Uh,
really have an opinion.
is it a pilsner?
I can't
Is it a
explain. I don't know what
lager?
that means. I don't know what that all means. Lager, pilsner, and all that stuff. But if you're curious, just ask at the store, where do you have the German beer? And you say, what's that one that begins with a W, whatever? And it's
I know my way around.
yeah,
I know my way around.
Weihenstephaner. It's unbelievably. It's the greatest beer I've ever had. I bought one called Crystal Weiss beer, but they have one called Original or something like that. That's at the store in Canada. So if it's in stock, I
Mhm.
don't know. But when I looked at the website, out of curiosity, after I watched that guy Doug Adams talk about the Crown Royal and liquor stores, I looked up just out of curiosity what are Canadian liquor stores like, and I looked at the website and I saw, wow, they have it. Mm. So anyway, hey,
I
thank
haven't
you for
been
calling.
into a liquor
Uh-huh.
store here in this quite some
Hmm.
time, but I still believe they're boycotting American liquor.
Yeah, yeah. Marcelo is actually a perfect example of a migrant that didn't assimilate. He doesn't even learn the language. If he didn't have his mommy, he'd qualify for deportation. Well, wow. Don't know about that because he had a business he was running, but of course having a wedding visa or is totally different. Yeah,
He had a business that he was running.
the
Do
restaurant.
you think his name was on the paperwork?
Well, isn't that an interesting question? We don't know, but that's an interesting question. Maybe I don't know.
I doubt
Dickens.
it.
Hmm. AD never calling. Are you going to turn into ICE always calling? You're a good candidate for Christy Gnome's security force. I would love, if I were younger, I would join her ICE or DHS or her security force. Be proud to do that. Be very content. Protecting
Did I hear
America.
that they were advertising for employees of ICE on
Yeah,
some kind of?
Trump mentioned in a recent speech that since he came in, ICE has received 170,000 job applications were submitted.
What I heard was that there was an actual commercial during a large sporting event
There might have been. I'm
that was
not aware of that.
soliciting,
But
soliciting new employees for ICE, and even offering a starting wage package.
fantastic. Fantastic. I mean, it can be a dangerous job, if you get sent to Portland or some shithole like that. But what a great way to to serve as a patriot to the country, and help Americans. But it's true. He said they received 170,000 applications that they're going through and they're hiring. You know, Biden, he did a thing where he hired 80,000 IRS agents who would all be issued guns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and armed IRS agents, and that was to go after the everyday American and just destroy their lives. You know, oh, you didn't pay that $5. Oh, you didn't pay that $150, and you know, and all his corrupt friends, of course, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But this is protecting America, not attacking honest, citizens like Biden and Obama. But yeah. No, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, not whatever. Pretty serious stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm kind of separated from it. You're talking about American issues, and I wish all my American brothers well with the issues they have in front of them.
Well, likewise, we hope you get that Carney asshole out of there and get Polyev in, and and make Canada great again.
Should not have been there in the first place.
Yep.
Just another prime minister that should be tried for treason.
Yep, absolutely, yeah. Morty, did you ever do the lettuce show? No, I did. I started doing some preparation, and then I thought, this is a lot of work. There's so much to talk about in the world of lettuce, so many varieties and such detail. I just gave up. But for a $500 Cash App, I'll put together a hell of a lettuce show. Just saying. AD, I looked up to see what the age limit was, and I'm too old to join ICE. Otherwise, I would have. There you go. Right. Exactly. Yeah. I bet you the age limit is 20, could be 18, but 21 to like 40, 35, 40 maybe. Well, I have no idea. But because you have to be, very physically fit, and but I don't know. What does that mean? Don't know. Bend over? Is that what you're saying? Right. Right. Well, you just look on the ICE or Homeland Security website and it'll tell you, don't know. It'll tell you, minimum age to and ages you can still accept. Yeah.
Imagine it's Spanish for go get them.
Well, who knows? It could be German, Ende hoch, hands up,
Could be.
Yeah. Have you ever had these McVitie's or Hobnobs, Jay Gray?
Don't have that brand. We've got our own brand, but it's the same thing. It's got that,
right.
The cookie and the chocolate.
Yeah.
I'm actually craving some right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks American for that. I will find out the name of the brand.
Yeah. American supermarkets here have a lot of Canadian brand imported from Canada cookies and crackers. Because when I look at the packages, a lot of them are from Canada, which doesn't mean anything, but there are a lot of them from Canada. Yeah. So, Canadian crackers in a relaxed format. Dick Insider. Morty, how did those royal crowns ever stay in people's heads? I see the French crown jewels pictures, and how the hell did they keep them stable back in those days? Well, Fabergé was back 150 years ago, and they knew how to make jeweled stuff. So if you go back 500 years or whatever, or longer, somebody there knew how to handle jewelry and make those crowned tiaras and jeweled crowns. So the jeweler skill back then, they knew how to do it. I guess as a trade, they were apprenticed and learned how to do all that stuff.
For each crown wearer, you have to custom fit the thing.
Exactly right. Yeah. Why do those king queen crowns from Europe and all that. Like in Britain, they're just filled with all kinds of jewels and stuff. Why can't they just have a simple gold crown? Why all the jewelry in the crown? And I know it's for prestige and to impress everybody, but I mean, it just gets ridiculous after a while. Just you put on a gold beret or gold crown. That should be enough. You don't need all those jewels.
Put on a baseball hat. Jeez.
Put on a baseball hat. Yeah, there you go. Makes sense.
But yeah, but you nailed it on the head. It's just
Put on a Canadian toque, a beaver looking
toque with a
toque.
nice pom-pom. You can paint it gold if you want to.
That's it.
Hey.
Exactly right. Yeah. The crowns are really heavy. Some of those European or African or whatever, royalty, they have these huge crowns and they must weigh a ton. It's interesting, but you can't move your head that much or it'll fall off your head. So I guess they learn how to sit, in a dignified king, queen-like manner so it doesn't fall off of their head.
No, they got a ratcheting system. They custom size it.
They use an Allen wrench and they screw it into there?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Right. Makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's by far what I thought for today. Well,
right.
Probably right. It's like, you don't turn your head too quickly there. It'll come tumbling off.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Let's just take a very quick break here. Yeah, here at Morty's Diner, we are proudly Team Vulture, doing our best to clean up the detritus in the YouTube verse, in the asylum. We're not self-loathing vultures. We're very proud. Team Vulture. We do a great service to the ecosystem, the YouTube ecosystem. Great video. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now I'm getting hungry now. I've been on almost 2 hours. It's 5:30, early.
Those cookies are so tempting.
I'll tell you what. Let me stop you from focus. Yeah, here's a weasel.
All right.
That might take away your hunger pangs. Yeah, fantastic. Dick Insider. This channel is so funny. Thank you very much, Dickens. This is a hate channel. If you didn't know that, Dickens, we're full of hate, jealousy, envy, anger, self-loathing. Didn't you know that about Morty?
What,
yeah. Anyway, thank you, Dickens.
Is that your mission statement?
Well, it could be. Yeah. We don't do face blasting here. We don't do KOK talk round the clock on this channel. That's, Geek Edward. Morty, are you investing in any pre-Glock V models? That's a great question, Geek. And I wanted to talk about that with either Aussie Expat or AD Never Calling. And because they both really know the stuff. I mean, they have the, knowledge on Glock and all that, and what's happening with the new Glocks, with the Glocks being models all changing because of what happened in California with Governor Fuckwad Newsom, and Ozzy would be a great guy to ask next time I see him. I'm gonna. But at the present time, the answer is I don't know, Geek Adwa. I don't know, but I did have when I saw the story about Gavin Newsom banning Glocks from California. I had that thought right away. I'm sure lots of people had that same thought, but they're still available, and the Glock V's when they come out, they'll be widely available too. But yeah, I did think about that, and I do have a particular model selected that's still available in a Glock 19, but a particular version of it. But the thing is, I don't need one, and I never thought about buying a Glock, but when I saw the story, I started thinking about it. So we'll see. Next time I see Ozzy or AD. Yeah. Wow. What are you having for dinner tonight? Or what did you have for dinner?
Well, I will be having some rice and some beef and a couple of eggs, some side up, and some peas.
I'm sorry, and some what?
Peas.
Peas. I love peas. I could eat peas every day.
Do
you like frozen peas, canned peas, or?
No, I get by with frozen.
Frozen peas,
great. Frozen peas.
Yeah. Michael McKean, 78 years old. Okay. From Spinal Tap. Hey, AD, you're here. I have a question. So here's the question, AD. With the Glocks now being, discontinued or banned in California and discontinued for the future and being replaced by the new, what they call V model, I was thinking maybe I should get a Glock 19 just to have one, get a brand new one, Gen 5, just to have one. I have others that I would go to, but it's the most popular one out there that almost everybody has. So why not have one and just have it for whatever reason? But when I was looking at all these different websites, maybe to buy one, AD, I hope you're listening. They have Trump commemorative models. I was looking at Bud's gun store website. They have all kinds of, Trump versions, limited editions, and one of them looks really, really nice. And I think it's $5.99 is the price, $5.49, $5.99. And I was thinking maybe I should buy one. It's a 19, but it's just decorated, with Trump stuff. And then I thought about it and thought, well, that could be a risk, because if I had to use that here in Portland, not Texas, but in Portland, if I had to use that to defend myself, and I got put on trial, and the prosecutor shows the jury the gun, he says, not only did he use a handgun, a powerful 9mm handgun with 15 rounds in the magazine, but look at this version. He specifically sought out this version, the defendant. It says Trump on it, and it has a picture of Trump engraved in the grip. And it says Trump 45, 47. This man is a conservative, right-wing extremist. And I'd be found guilty, even though it was justifiable self-defense. So maybe it's a danger to have a Trump edition. You know what I'm saying? Anybody?
Good point.
In Portland, that is. In Alaska or, Alabama or Texas, it wouldn't matter. They go, hey, right on, man. Trump, I think that would be an extra difficulty for a defense lawyer to go, oh, fuck, why did you have to buy the Trump Glock? Why couldn't you get the plain black one, So I think it's not a good idea. Yeah. So AD says, there's a lot of guns we can get just to have one. Well, just to have one is nice. You can look at it and stuff. But if I ever used it and, had to go to court, once that was shown to the Portland jury, I think my goose would be cooked. Case is over. Game over, as they say. Because everybody here, all the, well, whatever, anyway. But just to buy one, just to spend $500 just to buy one to look at it, I don't know. That's a lot of money, So I don't know. Anyway.
I must bid you adieu.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being on the show.
All right, my pleasure.
Yeah, and have a good night, and see you later.
Ciao, ciao.
Okay, adios, Jay Gray Sweater. Very nice man. Definitely knows his crop circles. Okay, we're back. We got a weasel up there on the screen. Weasels are very, very cute. They're really fast, and they're ferocious hunter-killers. Oh, look at this! Look at this guy. Oh, so cute. Their fur is like a mink, you know. Ermine, sable, weasel. Beautiful fur. So cute. There's a rat. Maybe he's eating a peanut. Maybe that's what it is. A Brazil nut, maybe. Look at those. He's got toenails, just like people, and fingernails. It's amazing. Kind of like raccoon hands. I know somebody here in Portland who has a pet mouse. The guy's like, 3 inches with a long tail. He's very cute. But what can you do with a pet mouse? I know what some people are thinking. But, I mean, that's just as a pet, just to hang around with, sit on your desk and, sit on your shoulder and, you can pet him and stuff. Maybe it would be a fun pet for me. Get a mouse. Not a gerbil, a mouse. Right. Buy 3 SIGs and a Beretta instead. Well, yeah, you mentioned that about the SP 2020 or 2002, whatever. Yeah, because I was very close to buying one. And after your story, I decided not to because it was on such a good sale price. The Beretta I wanted was the Beretta 92X Compact, and I could never find one. Never. And it was out there. I could never find one. And I actually wrote Beretta an email. I said, is this model out, currently distributed? And they said, yes. And I couldn't find one store in the country that had it. They do have the Centurion 92X, which would be very, very good choice. And I like the 80X, the 380, but that's just like, at this point, it would just be like collecting. And I don't, it's just, no, I have other things to spend money on that are way more important. Even though I have a $5 million house in La Jolla and I'm loaded. It's just a matter of, collecting things. It just becomes too much stuff. Yeah, Checking all my emails. No hate emails today during the show. That's nice. All right. I need an intermission. I have to do a pee break. So, I'll be back very, very soon. Everybody, time for an intermission. Yes, back to the content. Vultures, buzzards, weasels, rats of Aman, gophers, maggots, weevils, and Rolex. I mean, look at this gopher. Isn't he just cute? Cute. Maggots. There's maggots. Maggots in a relaxed format. Diner music worthy of the Dresden Opera House. You think? Higgy would be insulted at this music, at this garbage? I don't think so. I can change the music. Since you now insist you don't like the music. Let's change it. I'm going to have salmon for dinner. That's what I'll do after the show. I'll make salmon and some stuff. I can't find what I'm looking for here. Where is it? There we go. This will liven things up. Get the haters energized, motivated. Dick and cider. Luxury goods and maggots go hand in hand. Wow, what an observation. Comment for the night. There it is. Dickens, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Why didn't I think of that? Well, I kind of did, but I didn't put it in words. I put it in the photo there, but fantastic. Very good. Dick and cider. You did it, man. It's the watch community, baby. Yayas. Mealworms, maggots. It's all food. Well, that's the future, according to Bill Gates. Everything's going to be insects. We're going to be eating maggot burgers, which I guess they'll taste very good because they'll add so many additives to it. We'll eat a McDonald's maggot burger and won't even know the difference. It's incredible. Turkeys love to eat mealworms. Well, yeah, but they're birds, Oh, really? Let's look at this here. Really? Let's take a look. Talk about buzzards. Just swooping down and stealing somebody else's content. Live? Isn't that interesting? Let's take a look. Okay, there's one of the channels. Let's take a look at another channel. See, that's all they do because they don't have their own stuff. They're the content vultures. They just use everybody else's stuff. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? I'm looking. I don't know if I see it. I didn't see it. I might have missed it, but we'll check. It's not something I recommend other channel people do. I certainly would never do it. Ah, I see it. I see what you mean. Okay, well, let me put it this way. I see it on the which channel is that? It's on the Watch Nicholas Streams Watch Community channel. Okay, well, they know what they're doing. What can I tell you? It's what they do. Very sad. But very sad. Okay, I'll be taking care of that a little bit later. Thank you for letting me know. So where was that, GD? Thanks for letting me know, GD. That will be attended to. Thank you. Yes, insults, hate, viciousness, sexual frustration, incel, chronic masturbators, self-face blasters. It covers all of the above. Maggot burger. Morty, you may get rich. Well, this, it's not an original thought. Lots of videos out there about that, about what's coming in the future. Bill Gates gets his way. We'll all be eating insects. I won't be here by that time, but in the future, that's what's the plans are. Yeah, why wouldn't they, Dirk? Yeah, disgusting. Anyone in the maggot army? I don't know. Yeah, it's those people, not those. Yeah, that's it, GD, you're right. Yeah. What the hell is this? Easy's breakfast? Well, we don't know. Breakfast of champions? I mean, maggots, baby. Looks like Easy's vomit after a bender. Well, I mean, we don't know. You can only imagine. Dirk, do you have a kids menu at the diner? We certainly do. And it definitely includes a grilled cheese sandwich, but it's half a sandwich and a cup of soup, as opposed to the celebrity menu, the Dirk item, which is grilled cheese sandwich and a bowl of soup, tomato soup. So it's a smaller version of the Dirk special. Dickens, Morty, did you hear about the X-ray poker tables in the news today? No, I don't know anything about that. Gee, what's that about? I played in a home poker game once, and I was thinking the husband and wife were playing as a team. It was low stakes, but my buddy plays it, and I told him, wow. The future will be a multivitamin complete nutrition face blast. Well, there's a high protein content, in the face blast. They can verify that. I was asking for Uzi and Nick when they go to your diner. Really? Wow. Wow. Amazing. How about that? Yeah, well, I mean, it's good to know. Thank you for the heads up there, Dirk. Yeah. You know what movie I haven't seen since it came out? And it's Blade Runner. People keep mentioning that and talking about it. And I have zero memory of the film. I know I saw it, but I don't remember anything about it except it was Harrison Ford and Rutger Hauer. I don't remember anything about it. So I'm going to add that to my movie list. And at some point, I'm going to check it out. McLobster. What carnival hell are we listening to? Morty's Diner. It's a very up, enthusiastic, energizing background music. People got tired of the piano, so yeah. Darth Diggler, you play poker, Morty, since you're a La Jolla decamillionaire? Well, I'm not a poker player. I mean, never been interested. When I was a kid, we would all play it with chips, and that was fun. But no, I don't play poker. I don't do any gambling, anything like that. Poker is a loser's game. The house always wins. Well, I don't know. Blade Runner is one of my favorites. Soundtrack is 4 stars. Angelus. I see. Right. Vangelis, isn't it? Vangelis? I don't remember. Yeah, I'm going to look that movie up and I'll look at it again because I like Rutger Hauer. Well, I'm going to California next week. I have some business to attend to. I'll be in Southern California. And I don't know how many shows I'll be doing next week because I don't have a laptop because I don't need one anymore. So I won't be traveling with a laptop. But I'm sure there'll be access to, stuff when I'm down there. So maybe. House always gets their rake. Morty's the Rocky of life. Really? You think so? Wow. There's a new Blade Runner. I didn't know anything about that. Who stars in the new Blade Runner? Please don't say Matt Damon, George Clooney, Ben Affleck. A new Blade Runner. I'm going to look that up. Yeah, Dr. Bob was simulcasting on his channel my show some days ago. And the next day I asked him about that, and he said, yeah, he did for a while. And I said to him, please don't do that again. And he said, okay, Let me see where the Blade Runner. It only says, oh, here it is, 2017. Is that the one? Blade Runner 2049. Never heard of it. Starring Ryan Gosling and Robin Wright. Young Blade Runner K's discovery of a long-buried secret leads him to track down former Blade Runner Rick Deckard, who's been missing for 30 years. I don't know anything about Ryan Gosling. I think I've seen him somewhere, but I don't know anything about him. And the other actors in the movie, I've never heard. Oh, Edward James Olmos is in it. Okay, small part. And I don't know anybody in the movie. Great visuals and themes. Good performances. Some people say slow pace, lack of originality, and poor plot issues. Length and pacing are drawbacks. So it's mixed reviews. I'm in no rush to watch that. Daryl Hannah and Sean Young in the original are stunning. I don't even remember them in the original. I really don't remember Blade Runner at all. So yeah. Darth Diggler. Morty, do you like performing arts like musicals? No, I've never been into going to musical theater, watching. I have seen movie musicals, but I don't get them. I don't get it. The concept of, there's some dialogue and some acting and some scenes, and all of a sudden they just break out into singing and dancing. And then they go back to the storyline. Don't get it. Yeah, he says on the other channel, it's the Watch Nicholas. What does he call his channel now? The Watch Nicholas Streams Watch Community. The show that's currently playing my content live. It says, how Uzi says in his comment, how long will my keys last after this one? Fuck Morty, LOL. Well, stick around, stand by. Things are happening. Things are happening. Cheer up, Morty. Musicals are fun. You got to lighten up. Yeah, I've seen a lot of movie musicals and some plays, but yeah, just not my thing. McLobster. You saw Hamilton. Well, the cast of Hamilton is all libtarded lunatic liberals, and I would have zero interest in ever seeing that play on Broadway. Ever having seen that, ever going to see that. I saw Hamilton and it was dreadful. Well, I saw a clip of it and it looked absolutely dreadful. Yeah. Vice President Pence, who was a fucking traitor, he was in the audience one night with his wife, and the actors stopped on stage and confronted him. They just stopped performing and confronted him from the stage about him being there. If I were the producer, I would have fired every single actor on the stage. Would have fired them all. And the next night, I would have replaced them all with stand-ins. Said, congratulations. You're all now in the main role. Everyone's been fired. But the problem with that is, and then I would have gone seen the show, But the producer might be as liberally lunatic demented as all those actors. So you don't know. I saw Back to the Future, the musical. It was good. They made a musical. Well, they make musical of anything now. So I didn't even know there was a musical there. Darth loved Hamilton. Okay. Dickens. How do people find all these channels? These guys change channels every 2 days. I can't answer that. I don't know how. I guess from listening to one of the channels in the mental asylum, they mention other people who they hate and ridicule and make fun of. So maybe some people go, gee, what is that channel? And they go take a look at it. That could be one way. But how people fall into this asylum of haters and losers and, psychopaths and all that, I don't know. They just, it's amazing. I like it here because it's a landmark. Oh, thank you, Dickens. Darth, that's my private gay guilty pleasure. I like musicals. Well, hey, it's okay. And, what's good about that is you can always go on a date with a girl or your wife. They'll always want to go. So if a girl says to you, I want to go see Phantom of the Opera, let's go. You can always say, oh, great, let's go, even though it's just torture to sit through. But the woman will like it, and she'll appreciate that her man enjoys musicals. McLobster. Befriending the retards is the quickest way to become grist for the mill. Just do you, Morty. You're highly entertaining. Well, there's a lot of truth, a lot of wisdom in what you say there, McLobster. But it's hard to be an island in the asylum by myself, alone. But you make a lot of sense, and it's a wise observation. Correct. Even, you see, this is the thing. Even if one person out there wants their own little channel with 3 viewers a night and 20 cents in donations a night, it's not enough. Those people still have to find that person and attack, insult, degrade, defile, defame, rape. They just have to do that because it's who they are. Yep. That's because they can't do anything on their own. They have nothing to offer by themselves. So it's just, let's see what else is out there and just make a show out of it with ridicule, hate, and face blasting and sucking the KOK. And that's their show. Well, we all know this. That's a very good comment. Thank you, MacLobster. Why are you MacLobster, not MacLobster? There must be a story behind that, and I won't ask. Yeah. The one musical I really enjoyed was Phantom. Saw the original cast. I heard that Phantom of the Opera, the original one on Broadway, which then maybe traveled to Los Angeles. I don't know if it was the same cast. It was absolute torture for any heterosexual male to sit through. Absolute torture. The women loved it, and any hetero guy in the audience was just like cringing with, "Get me out of here." But maybe it was good. I don't know. I'll tell you what musicals I have seen since I was a little kid. The King and I with Yul Brynner in New York when I was a kid. I remember that. I saw the Man of La Mancha in New York with Richard Kiley. I remember that. I have the memories in my head. I remember that. I saw there was a Charlie Brown musical. I don't remember what it was called. It was an off-Broadway play, something Charlie Brown, and I did see that in New York, and it was a big hit, but it didn't do anything for me at all. It just didn't do it for me. But I have memories of it, slight memories of it. I saw, I went with this Korean supermodel to the, what theater was it called? The Kodak Theater in Hollywood. Is that what it's called? She wanted to see the Nutcracker ballet. And I went, oh, I don't want to sit through that. Oh, fuck. But I went because she was a Korean supermodel, just unbelievably, just incredibly beautiful, unbelievable, sexy. And so I went to that, and it was torture for me, but it was worth it, if you know what I mean. And I saw Bye Bye Birdie when I was a kid. I saw as a play, maybe a couple others I don't recall offhand. I've seen many movie musicals, but it's just not my thing. Wicked. The Book of Mormon. That was a musical? Unbelievable. Wow. My father was a big Sam Shepard fan, and I took him to see True West. It was very well done. I know a lot about True West. I know that play well, and would love to see Book of Mormon, Dirk. Is that a Broadway musical? Is that playing in Broadway or Los Angeles? Never heard of it because I don't follow that stuff. But wow. Book of Mormon. I'll have to look into that. Book of Mormon, the musical. Wow. Book of Mormon musical. Where's it playing? A musical comedy follows two missionaries of the Church of the Mormon Church as they attempt to preach the faith to the inhabitants of a remote Ugandan village. The earnest young men are challenged by the lack of interest from the locals, who are distracted by more pressing issues such as HIV, AIDS, famine, and oppression by the local warlord. Premiered in Broadway in 2011. Many stagings worldwide, including the West End in London, U.S. national tours. The Book of Mormon musical has grossed over $800 million. The 11th longest running Broadway show, 5,000 performances. Unbelievable. Holy shit. No, it's a two-person play, Blaine. Two guys in the play. It's actually funny. The Book of Mormon is actually a funny musical, really. Is there any discussion out there in amongst people that it's sacrilegious, that it's blasphemous, that it's an insult to the Church of the Mormon Church? I betcha. But, yeah. Wow. Oh, here's a comment from one of Uzi's viewers right now. It's from Sir Premium, the racist. He says Morty equals death. See, that's the kind of people they have there. Yes. You know, classy channel, classy content. But it's being attended to, my friends. Yeah, I saw that. Trey Parker, the guy from South Park. Right, I get it. Well, I never watched South Park, maybe 10, 20 minutes, and that's all. So I don't know if that's my kind of humor. But South Park, I'm not into at all. It's nasty and it's viciousness. It's true viciousness. It's lack of talent, lack of creativity, lack of imagination. It's lack of morals. It's lack of. It's not lack of morals. It's total absence of morals, absence of ethics, absence of decency. It's just what they do. What they do. Correct. That's correct. That's what they do. All right. Mm-hmm. Oh, Calcutta. Yeah, I was in New York, but that was on off Broadway, and yeah, I never went to see it. And I've seen the filmed version of the stage performance. It's really stupid. I mean, really, it was something for the time, but really stupid. Yeah. The Rolex content. Hey, WV David. Yeah, here's the Rolex content. Let's get back to that. Good to see you. Here it is, Rolex. That's it. That's the Rolex content. Guy Gadwa was besmirched by those people. Well, everyone gets besmirched and face blasted. Everybody. That's all they do. Meanwhile, you think? Well, it's his channel. He knows what he's doing. You would think. But Nick's my friend. My good friend. Watch Nicholas. Pure cannibalistic nihilism. Wow, you're a nihilist? Whoa. Really? It's just a Rolex Pepsi. But, people, it's all people talk about. 5 hours, 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, year after year. It's amazing. GMT Master Superlative Chronometer. What is officially certified? Rolex Oyster Perpetual Date. Well, the creamy hour markers. Yeah, so this is a vintage model, which I guess some people might find highly collectible, desirable. Guy was smeared? He was smeared? How was he smeared? What happened? Guy, what happened to Guy Gadwa? How was he face blasted? McLobster, have you given any more thought to that face shield? Maybe some indiscriminate blasting coming your... Well, there's always blasting in this direction, because that's what they do. The face shield is a very good idea, I must say. I'll do some searching on the internet for a face blast shield. Thanks for the suggestion and the reminder. Little Dave, the lucrative AI slop starts to get to their heads and they think they know everything. Well, they know face blasting and KOK talk. Windshield wipers. Well, okay. Slandered Guy, Gadwa, and those people keep repeating the slanders. Well, I don't know about it. I didn't hear it or see it, but it's to be expected. Whatever it was that happened, it's to be expected. Guy, the bubble boy lied about me, Morty. What did the bubble boy say? Unless you don't want to repeat it, what kind of thing did he say, or what did he say? Yeah. WV David R. I need a Rolex. It would change my life. You know, it would change my life. $25,000 cash app, super chats, PayPal, Ko-fi. 20,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. See, I'm not greedy. That would change my life. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000. It's such a small amount of money. There are so many everyday multimillionaires out there. And as much as all the donations and contributions help the channel and help Morty, Morty needs 15,000, 20,000, 25,000 to change my life. But I don't need a Rolex. The slanderer. So what was this? The bubble boy. Okay, I think I know who you mean. The bubble boy. Well, yeah, that's the way it goes. Yeah. A gold submariner would be the life changer. Really? I have heard that somewhere. Well, if you got the gold submariner, you got the ultimate FU. Get the F out of my way. Watch. He said I was troll writing nasty things in the chat. Well, those with generational wealth could use a super chat too. Well, there's something to that probably. Tommy, would you send me 25,000 Argentinian pesos? Tommy has so much money, and he's such a young guy with absolutely no real life experience. But he's a good giggler, and maybe someday he'll help out Morty's Diner with a generous cash app. Maybe not, but probably not. Tommy, what do you think about the Lincoln assassination? How many conspiracy plots do you have in that story? How about the murder of Julius Caesar? You want to do a conspiracy show about the murder of Julius Caesar? Conspiracy theories there. How about the John Wilkes Booth Lincoln assassination? That would be a 5-hour show, Tommy. Mac Lobster, thank you so much. You can see that's a really genuine super chat. $2 super chat to Morty's Diner channel. Thank you so much, Mac Lobster. Genuinely appreciate that. The peso has been rejuvenated thanks to Trump. Wow. That's about $16 or $17, LOL. What, 25,000 pesos? Really? Tommy, I'll take it. Come on, Tommy. Get out your phone. Hit the Cash App. Put the number 2, and then just keep adding zeros. You can use pesos, rupees, dollars, hell, even Canadian dollars. But, whenever you're in the mood, it's okay. Not yet, Dave. Only after Sunday the 26th. What's that? Oh, I see. Okay. Dr. Bob. Oh, Dr. Bob is here. My good friend. Oh, boy. Dr. Bob. Trans-Tifa rioters are descending on Alameda Island. Well, get your water pistols, whatever you're allowed in California, and protect your life and property. Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob's nightmare. Oh, Dr. Bob. Dr. Bob. McLobster. Tommy, Morty has stated that Trump is a greater president than Washington. Agree or really, really agree? I believe Donald Trump is the greatest president in American history, bar none. Now, I am certainly reasonable in that my making that statement that if somebody wants to say George Washington instead of Trump, okay, I'm fully open to that. Okay. If someone wants to say John Quincy Adams is the smartest president in American history and it's not Donald Trump, I'm absolutely open to that. Okay. But if someone says, so I'm open to things, but to me, I mean, it's just, there's no question. President Donald J. Trump is the greatest ever in American history. Anything and everything George Washington did, Trump could have done equally or, dare I say, better. I don't know about better, but he could have accomplished everything General George Washington, President Washington did. I believe that 100%. And so do millions of other people who are high IQ. Tommy probably has a show prepared about Calvin Coolidge and Warren G. Harding. I wouldn't be surprised. Would be a good show. Great show. GD, we love Dr. Bob. Oh, Dr. Bob. Oh, boy. What are we going to do about Dr. Bob? Oh, Tommy the Giggler. I wish Tommy would be my panelist, co-host, guest panelist, because everything I say, he'd be laughing at. It'd be so nice. It'd be like having your own Ed McMahon. It'd be great. Mortimer is Trump's fluffer extraordinaire. Well, if you think that, Tommy, I mean, that's fine. If you think that, okay. Oh, here we go. Historical talk on in a relaxed format. McLobster says, I prefer John Adams to his son. Well, I mean, they're both extraordinary, but I think the consensus amongst scholars is John Quincy Adams may be, in fact, the smartest, most intellectual, highest intellect president of all presidents. And there's a lot to substantiate that. But, yeah. All right, let's strong disagree. Ooh, okay. McLobster prefers older man. No, he prefers the father over the John Quincy Adams, but okay. Tommy, okay, here we go. Nixon, Jackson, JFK, TR, and Jefferson are all better. All better than who? Trump? Well, like I said about Tommy, he spends so much time giggling at everything he hears on the shows that he hasn't really focused properly on the facts. But hey, that's okay. He's got a $2,500 pillow, and I have a Costco pillow. So, right. Asha Konsongu, that's correct. Let's see here. GD, 100 pesos from 100 New Jersey pesos. Does your StreamYard plan let you have more than one key? The honest answer is I don't know. I never thought about using keys, so I don't know. I can look into it, but I think it's $45 a month. Last time I looked, it used to be $25 a month, and then when I wasn't looking, it was actually raised to $45 or $49. I don't know if there's a key option in that package. I'd have to look on StreamYard. Jax is looking for a place to run 3 a.m. shows. Really? Wow. How about that? GD, would you like to have a show here for a key? Give you a key, you could do a show. Argentinian time. Okay. Jax was also a victim of the besmirching. Oh, he's been major face blasted by those people. Major. Well, we all know those stories. Yeah. Full frontal face blasting Yeah. In a deviant format. We need a John Adams today, impressive guy. Well, we have Donald J. Trump. If John Adams were here, if the founders were here alive, and they got to have a 1 hour meeting with Trump at the White House or in the new ballroom, one day at the White House, they would be so thrilled in having this great man as president. They would feel so happy. Then, if they got to see, Biden and Barry, then they would be absolutely crestfallen, heartbroken, and want to go back to the grave. Tommy, Mortimer, I don't know if you're true MAGA. I am. I do. I am. I be. He'll clean all the chicken out of the diner walk in. Who? Tommy? Tommy's going to eat all the chicken? What? Okay. It was a very serious allegation leveled at Guy Gadwall. Well, I don't know the details, little Dave. And maybe he doesn't want them repeated if they're that vile and vicious. Tommy, I have a serious... Can I ask you a real question, Tommy? I mean, a real question? In a relaxed format? What do you say? Yes? No? We love Jax. Yeah, Jax is terrific. GD, I have a high-pitched, squeaky voice, Morty. Those people would quickly include it in their voice spot. Well, they put everybody in their voice spot because all they do is ridicule everybody else. Ridicule, insult, degrade, defame, defile. That's what they do. They don't create their own content. They just take from everybody else. But I'm the vulture. Didn't you know that? I'm the vulture. And proud of it. Proudly a YouTube vulture, baby. And maybe take a short break. Yeah, no, Tommy, I'm 100% Trump, 100% MAGA. Yeah. I don't wear a MAGA hat or T-shirt when I'm in Portland because there's a great risk to doing that. But when the National Guard come in, when Trump finally deploys 200-300 National Guardsmen downtown, I will walk around with my Trump hat and Trump T-shirt, proudly. Yep. As I pick the bones of the carcasses strewn on the streets there. Yeah, doing my part as a vulture, an important part of the YouTube ecoverse. I mean, that's, where was that here? It was the maggots. Yeah, vultures, an integral part of the ecosystem to prevent the spread of disease. Proudly, Team Vulture. You bet. Okay. How could anyone hate Guy Gadwall? Those people never appreciated Jax. No, they don't appreciate anybody. They just appreciate having targets to face blast. That's all. Because that's what they do. Right. No, truly, Tommy. Truly. Yeah, I decided I'm not going to ask the question because, I mean, it was a fine question, but I'm not going to ask it because, frankly, Senator, at this point, what difference does it make? Okay. No MAGA live in Portland. There are MAGA people in Portland. There are Trump people, but you have to be very, you can't reveal it to strangers. You know, if you know your friend is, then you can talk about it with your fellow MAGAs, but you just can't talk about it to strangers, you know, because you don't know what's going to happen. Oh, that appeared to be a condor. Well, condor, vulture is the same thing. You know, what's the difference? Trump is the most entertaining U.S. president of all time. Well, that's absolutely true, too. The worst president of all time, without question, is Biden, the autopan president, who didn't even know he was president. And previously, the worst president was Barry Soetoro, absolutely the worst, the enemy of the state, the purposeful destruction of the country. That was his fundamental change, destroy the country, and he succeeded, you know. Everybody out there who's a moron was influenced by Barry and Big Mike, you know. The hate's turning it up and kicking it up a notch. Well, that's what they do. They can't help themselves. It seems those Euro spite chats have slowed down. Really? Well, we're open for spite chats, generous chats, honest chat, super chats. Right. Tommy, out of everyone watching, you're not even top 10 MAGA. Out of everyone watching. Well, Tommy, you know, I'm totally committed MAGA and Trump, so I don't know what else I can tell you there. Okay. How do you even find the channel? It's the Bermuda. How do you even find the channel? It's the Bermuda Retard Triangle. Tommy, send me money. I'll move. I know I'm a EDMMMM, but send me money, Tommy. I'll move. Help me out. I won't use the money for a Rolex or a Goyard watch box. Tommy, if you're totally committed, you'd have different views than you currently do. No, not at all. My views are totally in alignment with Trump and MAGA completely. Maybe even more extreme, or plus or minus ceteris paribus. They're right there with Trump. I said that just for you, Tommy. Yeah, well, I mean that's what I got a $5 million home in La Jolla, which of course is true. I got outed for that, you know, and I am loaded. Jock revealed that I'm fucking loaded when he told Uzi, you know. You know, what can I tell you? But I'm the poor. I need the money. Help me out, please. Everybody, help Morty. He's dying. Independent Morty is dying, my friends. But, you know, whatever. Enough begging. I'm just providing content for the haters, the face blasters, the self face blasters, you know, the KOK fanatics. Right? What's your extreme view? Only citizens should vote? No, that's just a standard view, you know, as an American. Some of them I wouldn't want to say on in public or on YouTube. I would say them to you privately. I would have no problem there, but give me your phone number. I'll call you up and I'll tell you my views that I wouldn't want to say on the show. If you trust me with your phone number. I mean, you know, whatever, you know. Anyway. Okay, so the question is, why is Tommy watching my show tonight and participating in the chat? He's a key #1 affiliate of those people, the haters, the vile haters, the psychopaths, the pathological liars, the people who spew hate, lies, distortions, imaginary, quote, imaginary stories, imaginary facts. And Tommy, you just sit there and giggle all night long. Giggle, giggle, giggle. And you sit there and listen to that. Ergo, you're supporting it. You're condoning it. And so why are you here? I mean, I'm happy to talk to you, but why? Why do you condone or support the hate and the viciousness and the face blasting and the lies and lies and lies? Well, no, but your partner did, and you just giggle all night long at everything. You say nothing. Like the other lemmings in the chat over the in the view in the chats over there. You just you're intelligent enough to separate the wheat from the chaff, aren't you? So I wonder about your analytical skills. Because it's right there in front of you for hours at a time, and you sit there just giggling and laughing and chortling, and while the hate, the lies, and the non-stories, the made-up stories, and you just sit there and go along with it. It's very, very peculiar behavior from people. You're not alone in that, Tommy. Lots of people over there do that, but you're on the panel doing it, helping ride the station wagon there. Oh, Tommy's going for conflict. 80% of your viewers are also in the chat, including your donors. Do you disavow your donors? No, I don't disavow my donors. I was just asking you, how do you rationalize what you do over there, and then come over here to enjoy or participate in the show, and then you go over there and rally along 2-3 hour 1-2-3 hour hate shows of absolute lies, mistruths, distortions, face blasting, anal raping, and sodomizing, and I don't get it. But anyway, I don't have a $25,000 bedspread, so I look at things a little differently, Anyway, it's okay. You don't have to make any comments. It's okay. Oh. Okay, it is. It's only 6:37. It's still early. Wow. Okay. Tommy, how do I rationalize listening to BS? Do you know what community you've been a part of for a decade? Well, no, you see, that's not correct. See, that comment right there is faulty. Yeah, the community is no longer the community. There's now a different community that I do not participate in, but you actively do. And that's your choice, no problem. Hey, little Dave, I made cheeseburgers tonight on the barbecue. Now, that's the kind of content we want to hear. Fantastic. Good. Well, I could go for a cheeseburger right now. Cheeseburger, fries, and an apple pie. And an iced tea. Blaine, Morty, Amos and Andy, or Andy and Condor? Wow. I would say Andy and Condor. Amos and Andy is very interesting because their TV show was removed from TV in the 70s. From the 50s, there was an Amos and Andy sitcom. And the thing about it is it was very funny. It was pretty funny. But they decided to remove it because it was insulting, people thought. But later on, now you have people like Lil Wayne and Cardi B, Snoop Dogg, all these people, Nicki Minaj, who portray their culture in a more debased, vile, sexually depraved manner than any Amos and Andy radio show or TV show. I mean, it's absolutely true. Absolutely true. And that's just a few names off the top of my head. I don't know the names of all these people in that area of what they term showbiz, So, but yeah, I would go with the Condor because Condors are cool. Every person in your chat besides maybe Blaine engages. as do you. LOL. True and not true. Oh, here we go. You should learn about vulnerable narcissism. You think? You think? Okay, very good. You should learn about psychopathy and evaluate how you spend your leisure time and viscountness. And yeah, whatever. Antisocial disorder. Do you remember an 80s film called Condor Man? Wild stuff. You know, somehow I think I remember the poster from that. Condor Man, 1981. Let me look it up. Here's the poster. Yeah, maybe I've seen that. I never saw the movie, but that poster, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, let me see who was in that. If I know anything about it. Condor Man, cartoonist Woody becomes the superhero he draws. Using his gadgets, he helps a Soviet spy defect to the West. What? Stars Oliver Reed and Barbara Carrera. I don't know anything about this movie. Wow. Is it a good movie? Here's a review. Better when I was 8 years old than now. Yeah, I never saw it. Don't well, McLobster, is it a movie worth checking out? What do you think? Do you recommend it? Dirk is a pico donor, not even a micro donor. He's a, what's after that? A nano donor. Wow. Darth Diggler. Tommy, I used to think Morty was full MAGA, but I think Lex beats him in the MAGA. Morty said he wouldn't call ice on me, but Lex. Wow. What a comment. AD Never Calling. $4.99 super sticker. Thank you for the channel support. AD Never Calling. Thank you very much. You think Lex would actually report people to ICE? Wow. Well, or you report you to ICE. Holy shit. Yeah, the Condor Man. Okay. AD Never Calling. I tried to apply for ICE, Dirk. 37 is the age max, is the age limit. Well, yeah. Well. Amazing. You know what would be a good what's it called? Conspiracy theory show would be Cain versus Abel. There must be a conspiracy theory behind that. There must be. Okay. The USN gave Hunter Biden an age waiver. Just saying. Holy fike. Okay. They gave him a crack waiver? Man. 15 people watching. Thank you, everybody, for watching Morty's Diner. Maybe you can give a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you'd be so kind. Hunter Biden, what a piece of work. Man. I'm surprised. Well, he can't do it as president, but I think when Donald Trump retires from the from the office, I think on day one he should start selling his artwork at $500,000 a signed painting, each one an original. He doesn't have to have any drawing talent, any artistic talent. He should just, doodles, presidential doodles from Donald J. Trump, each autographed, at $25,000 a piece. Once he's no longer president, all the money goes to MAGA or some fantastic charitable organizations. I would buy one, an official Trump doodle, autographed, framed. I put it on my credit card, baby, and I'd buy one. I put it right next to all my other MAGA stuff. Wow. Cain was lazy. Abel founded a Rugelach empire. But there's a conspiracy behind that, actually. So, yeah, there he is, the face blasting. He's face blasting Tommy right now. Can you hear him? Face blasting Tommy. There he is. Tommy, you're getting face blasted for being in my chat. How do we get Uzi unbanned? That is the question. Who's Uzi, Tommy? Right. Yeah, that's the question of the night. You win the Mark Twain Award for that one, Tommy. Congratulations. Imagine if Barron did some paintings. They'd sell for millions. Oh, man. Can you imagine what a Trump painting or a Barron painting signed by all the Trumps could sell for? They could sell them for $1 million each. Easily. Easily. They'd sell hundreds of them. Man. Yeah, we're getting face blasted over here by those people. They just can't stop. They just can't stop. They're psychopathy on display, hatred, viciousness, mental illness, KOK talk, face blasting, self-fisting, self-face blasting, lies, pathological lying, drug-induced schizophrenia. You know, it's unbelievable. Would $500 get NARC unbanned? The answer to that question, little Dave, is no. There'd be more to it than just somebody, putting in $500 to get NARC unbanned. It's more complicated. It's more complex than that. Okay. Blaine, Hunter was going to release a remake of GFR's. What's GFR? Inside Looking Out of a Crack Pipe. What is GFR? I don't know what that means. Yeah, right. Okay. Very good. Wow. Mortimer, why are you even watching them if they trigger you so much? Watch them when you're live. No. I'm not watching it. I record other shows, for future content, which, is slowly being assembled and for record keeping. So I'm not watching it. It's just on one of my multiple computers here. I have 5 computers. One I'm on right now, the HP 27-inch, but I've got others, and they record all the time. I have a huge archive, and it's just, it's worthwhile having for record keeping for the appropriate time. Okay. All right. Let's see here. I mean, I'm not watching it. It's on in the background, and it's, just, for the archiving purposes. Because they remove stuff as soon as their show's over. They pull the plug on the show. And they must be really proud of their shows if the second the show is over. I mean, various people, the second the show is over, they delete it. Not even putting it in membership. They just remove it. So that's got to be content to be really proud of, Anyway, okay. AD. Imagine the young girls wanting daddy to buy them one. A good investment considering he's so young with a blank slate open for a career. I mean, Barron Trump, his future is virtually unlimited. I wonder what Tommy would say about that. As it is, at this point, we don't really know anything about Barron Trump except he's going to college, and he's an absolutely fine young man. There are videos of him as a little child talking with his father, and absolutely adorable, cute, so well raised. All the Trumps, so well raised, and great people. Unlike the Bidens, the Obamas, and I'd like a print of the sketch Trump did for Epstein, just to spite my libtard acquaintances. Good, because I wouldn't pay it right. Oh, Grand Funk Railroad. You know, Grand Funk Railroad is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Another band overlooked for the likes of LL Cool J and people like that who have Madonna. People have absolutely nothing to do with rock and roll music. Nothing. You know, but the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is just a self-face blasting joke. AD Never Calling, 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much for the channel support. Thank you, AD. Tommy, what are you doing here, Tommy? You're getting face blasted by your friends. You record a show full of people who you hate and who upset you this much? No, it's like I said, it's for record keeping, for use at the appropriate time in the future. You can make of that any way you like. That's all. Yeah. A huge archive? Why? No one else really cares. Well, the king of archiving is Lux Report. He's the archive king. He's the great archive king. Yeah. So no, I don't lurk and watch everybody. I don't and watch other channels. 10 hours a night. Like some people. But when there are select moments I want to know about, people can tell me, "Hey, check out this timestamp or whatever," and I can look it up. I don't watch the whole shows. Fucking no way. Yeah. Well, here's the answer to your question. No one really cares. Well, your friends, they care a lot because they're out there face blasting and doing the KOK attacks hours and hours and hours a day. Hours and hours and hours every day, day after day, day after day. They must care a lot because that's their life. They're spending hours of their life doing that. And the thing about it is just so whatever is you're there. You're there giggling and chortling while the hate and lies and attacks are going on. You're just sitting there, eating a bag of popcorn and laughing it up, giggling away. And, I'd like to hear why but it's not important, Okay. Hey, $1,000. Oh, 1,000 Argentinian pesos from GD, channel member. People's brains are completely fried. Well, that's true. Who are these people on this YouTube? Well, we know who they are. They're all, asylum cases. Who does these things? What's wrong with these people? What drugs are they taking to disorient their neurosynapses? Psychological disorders? Well, certainly. Psychological disorders. It's self-evident. It's completely self-evident. I mean, it's beyond self-evident. It's amazing. Yeah. Morty has a TGO1 flight deck setup. I don't know what that means. TGO1 flight deck? I don't know. Okay. Baron Lurch. Who's that? What's that? We love crypto scammers. Yeah, I don't know anything about TGO1. I saw some video that was made up about him that was pretty obscene. Or about brown nosing or sticking his nose up somebody's butt, or that guy's butt, something like that. But I didn't see the point of what was that about. I don't know. It's those people's humor. Tommy, you don't understand. I won my first. I don't know what this means, Tommy. I won my first 1v1 race at the last possible moment. Tommy, I don't know what that refers to. I was talking about Baron. Oh, you're referring, Little Dave, you're calling Baron Trump Baron Lurch? Is that what that means? Jesus, what a hater. You're just jealous. You're jealous of Baron Trump. That's what it must be. I don't know what that means, 1v1, but anyway. So later on, Tommy's probably going to go on another channel, and then he'll be chortling and giggling when the hate is being spewed, the lies, the hate. He'll be sitting there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. It's amazing, Tommy. They're just amazing, you know. But hey, you know. Okay. I was driving and I passed my friend's Porsche Taycan at the last possible turn. Congratulations. Fantastic. Get him. Get him, Morty. You biatch. You biatches. No talons. I mean the vulture talons? No, I'm just talking. We're just talking, right? We're just talking. If you want the talons out, you go on the other channels. They're the ones who go out for blood every night. They have an insatiable appetite, an insatiable craving, and beyond appetite, it's an insatiable. There's another word, an insatiable need, a psychotic need for blood and face blasting. Tommy, I was so pumped after the show was great. Nice to see ER. Then it was bedtime. LOL. Good you're enjoying it. Good you're enjoying it. Doc BBW is more MAGA than Morty. Really? That's very interesting. I don't know why Tommy thinks I'm not a real MAGA, that I'm a quasi MAGA. I don't know what that's about. I'm MAGA, baby. I invented MAGA. I was MAGA. Where do you think this MAGA craze came from? I invented the cafe latte. I invented it. Where do you think all this cafe latte came from? Tommy, Dave, that statement couldn't be more true. Oh, here it is. Here it is, Dave. Doc is deadly serious. Well stated, little Dave. Yeah. Major face blasting, mutual masturbation going on not mutual, yeah, mutual masturbation going on, high level intensity on the other channel. Reach around time on the other channel. He's a good guy too. Always fun talking to him. Who's that? Doc? BBW? Yeah. It takes all sorts to make a world. It takes all sorts to destroy a world also. Morty's Diner, proudly Team Vulture. Vultures are an integral part of the YouTube ecosystem to prevent the spread of disease, and proudly so. Okay. Let's catch up with the comments. That would be a good show. I haven't talked to BBW in a long. The last time I talked to BBW might have been the last time I was on the dungeon. That's like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That last show, I remembered it was me, BBW, and Palway. It was absolute insanity, and I just said I can't take this anymore, and I never went back to the dungeon. That was the last time. Yep. Dave, that statement couldn't be more true. You think? I would not mind talking to BBW if he wanted to. I would be open to that to see who is more MAGA. And how would we analyze that, Tommy? Amount of donations to Trump and MAGA? Amount of merchandise purchased? Official MAGA merchandise to purchase? Official MAGA apparel that's worn in public? You know, there's all kinds of ways to attack that, to approach it. Doc is deadly serious. He's got a rope. He's going to choke you out with the rope in front of his family, in front of your family. Look out. He's a great guy, too. Always fun talking to him. Okay. Boris, Portland Antifa member. I left the MAGA party and am lost. Socialist, communist, anarch, capitalist. What do I do, Mortimer? I'll tell you what, my friend. Go down to Voodoo Donuts, get a cock and balls donut and a cup of coffee, and just sit there. You can do it in the daytime, and just sit there on an outside bench and contemplate the question. The answer will come to you, and so will the cock and balls donut. It's only $7.50. You can certainly afford that, and a cup of. Their coffee there, by the way, was good. I was very surprised at the Voodoo Donuts. They were very good donut quality, and the coffee was quite good. I mean, it was better than I expected. So that's my recommendation. Sit down with a cock and balls donut at Voodoo Donuts and a cup of coffee, and just, it will come to you, if you know what I mean. Tommy, Mortimer, we're here to watch you. Why do we have to focus on another channel? That's a great question, Tommy. Let me respond to that with your same question. Tommy, why do you spend hours on the other channel focusing on my channel? In the most negative, heinous, non-relaxed format. That's a better question, Tommy. But thank you for watching the show, Tommy. By the way, Tommy, when I get to New York, I'm open to an invitation to inviting if you want to meet for a grilled cheese sandwich and a bowl of tomato soup in North Jersey or somewhere, and or a sardine sandwich, and we can exchange Ritter chocolate bars. Why did you double cross Doc BBW? I don't even know what that question means, little Dave. Can you clarify if you want? I don't know. Boris, you're a natural anarcho-capitalist. Well, he's an anarcho-botanist, the worst kind of anarcho. Anarcho-botanist. Wow, I don't like the sound of that. Hey, Boris, have you ever been to the Hoyt Arboretum over in Washington Park? I've been there. It's one of the most extraordinarily great, it's one of the few great attractions in Portland. One of the handful, or less than a handful, of truly great things in Portland is the Hoyt Arboretum. I'm going to be going there more and more now that it's autumn and then winter. I walked around there like a couple hours and oh man, it's just magnificent. Magnificent. Of course, I'm fully armed, but you never know who's out there. Whatever kind of anarcho-botanist might show up to commit terror, you never know. But a tree terror, right? Terrorize the trees. McLobster, this is a well-done piece of vulturery. Oh, I need a dictionary. Vulturely. Vulturely. That's a tough one. Vulturey. Wouldn't you say vulturey? Vulturey. Thank you very much, McLobster. And McLobster, you've been hanging out for quite a while tonight on the show. Thank you very much. Thomas, I do believe that is the way forward, especially after how well I did today in the market. Fossil fuels are the answer. Okay. Very nice. I'm proud of you, Boris. No way. Absolutely no way. That's not true at all. That's absolute bullshit. That would be news to me, I'll tell you that. You're listening to the wrong people. Okay. Vultures are trending. Hashtag vultures trending. Well. All right. You already know BBW is more MAGA than me. Okay, well, there you go. You're already convinced. All right. You've decided before any research. Very good. Okay. Before thorough research. The only person qualified to comment on the decline of human civilization is Ron the actuary. Well, because he's got all the charts and statistics, so you're probably right. Boris, I think Morty is more MAGA. Morty hasn't questioned anything Trump has done. That's not true at all. I had some questions, but I was satisfied with my looking into it. Yes. Mortimer has 170% Boris. He's unstoppable. What's 170%? I don't know. Oh, here we go. That's not MAGA. That's sycophantic nonsense. Oh, Tommy. Chain donuts are crap donuts. Well, yeah, Voodoo Donuts was an original location, a sole location for just one long time. Now they have other locations, but I went to the original for the Cock and Balls donut. I did it live on my show, and it was nice. Tommy, you'd like it. Boris, damn. That biatch Morty has the best upvote ratio of the entire piss bowl. Yeah, you know that phrase, fishbowl. That's prison jargon. Because I see that on the prison videos I watch. You know, that's prison chat, prison jargon. Balloon head. That's from Casino. Joe Pesci uses that phrase, balloon head. That's where that came from. You know, but all these phrases, fishbowl. You know, it's all prison jargon. You know. You can take the man out of the prison, but you can't take the prison out of the man. Touche. How's Wawa? I've never been to a Wawa. Okay, Basil's. Yes, I have been to Hoyt Arboretum. It has 2,300 species of trees and bushes and stuffs. It's a truly great place. I'm going to be going there often this autumn and winter season. Absolutely beautiful. Just great. Glad you were there because you can, as a licensed mail order botanist, you can really appreciate the science of it. Mail order botany degree, I mean, right? With a Portland license, right? Yeah. All right. Tommy doesn't go on my show. He likes to go in the chat. You know, so he can go back and tell those people, yeah, I was in the chat and listening to the anarchist vulture doing a show, you know. Every chain was originally a single store. Now that may be true or it may not be true. There may have been somebody who opened up at the same time 2 stores simultaneously or 3 stores simultaneously. Those things that is possible. I don't know how you can make a blanket statement like that without thoroughly doing centuries worth of research. Okay. Doesn't the Voodoo Donuts blast on the frosting? You mean, well, they probably blast on the frosting, but not the way those people do their blasting, you know. I find them very interesting about world prisons and prisons. They interview the convicts, they talk to the guards and the warden, and they show what his life is like in the prison, you know, in terms of a documentary, you know, and the dangers and the lifestyle, you know, and the food, and it's It's very interesting. Why do people watch videos about bumblebees? Because, it can be interesting. A better question is, why do people watch that channel? They must be they're into face blasting and enjoy pathological lying in action. Yeah, the Fleece Johnson. You see, I learned about Fleece Johnson from watching those prison videos. Fleece Johnson, a legend of prison documentary videos. You know Fleece Johnson, Tommy? Tommy, that's correct. That's correct. Very nice. Thank you. But it's curious why recently you show up here, but then you face blast me on the other channels. Your silence, well, your giggling is, commensurate, it's there, man. It's there, baby. Okay. I'll tell you a good chain. Phil's Coffee. The Turkish coffee is out of this world. Now, where is Phil's Coffee? What state or part of the country? I never heard of it. I've never had Turkish coffee. Back when I lived in LA, now this is a true story. A group of business guys invited me to go to Turkey for a work assignment. This is true, okay? Phil's Coffee. They were very, very nice guys. And they were deadly serious. And what's the big city in Turkey? Not Ankara. What is it? What the hell is it? Maybe it's Ankara. I can't remember. Tommy? I don't have the IQ for this answer. Well, whatever it was, that city, that big city. And I thought about it quite seriously. The money would have been very, very good. And they told me all about the Bosphorus and the girlfriends I could meet, the women, the food, the Turkish delight. And I really, it's from Oakland. Phil's Coffee is in Oakland. Okay. Maybe Dr. Bob knows about it. And what did they do at Phil's Coffee? I turned it down. I said, I just, might have been a big mistake because I could have been an EDMMMMMMMMMM. But yeah, Phil's Coffee is in the Mission District in 1978. That was the first shop. And now he has stores all across California and Chicago. We specialize in custom coffee blends made from sustainably sourced green beans from around the world, skillfully roasted at our roasting facility in Oakland. Let me look at their list of coffee. Sorry, I can't share this. Where's their Turkish coffee? Medium. Darn. I'll tell you what. I'll save that website and I'll check it out later. Sorry, I can't share websites. I can't figure out why I can't do that anymore. Something on the computer. I don't know. Okay. I'll look for that Turkish coffee on their website, McLobster. Thank you. Might be time to give up the prison videos. You wouldn't want anyone thinking you're a bit unhinged. I'm the furthest from unhinged in this entire asylum. I like watching all kinds of stuff. I mean, all kinds of stuff, Tommy. And what's wrong with learning about the prison system? Nothing. Yeah. I watch all kinds of stuff. A free DNA sample with every donut. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Tommy, I don't even mention you, LOL. Guilt by giggle association with stretches of silence followed by politics and nonsense. No. I mean, play it back and listen to yourself. You're sitting side by side with the master blaster, and then you giggle all the lies and the hate and the vicious, and you keep giggle. So to anybody listening, who's not involved, they go, well, that guy's into the show. He really loves the content. It's just, So, I mean, that's up to you, man. But it doesn't matter what I think. Nobody cares. I guess Istanbul. Yeah, that's right. What am I thinking? Istanbul. Right. Too many prison videos, not enough Constantinople history. I watch lots of Constantinople history. You want to talk about the Eastern and Western Roman Empire? I got lots of information on. I can talk about that all day, baby. Phil's is all of California. Not sure it's in other states. Well, the website, when I looked at it just briefly, it said California and Chicago is where they have locations. So I will be in California next week, Southern California, and it'll be for a week on a business. And I'll look up Phil's later. If there's a Phil's location conveniently around while I'm passing by, I will go there. And I'll say, hey, I'm here for the Turkish coffee. Mac Lobster referred me. A giggling groomie. Wow. Wow. Very, very astutely and cleverly put. That's a good one. Yes. Is it just trucks? Is what just trucks? LOL, Pavel. I'm surprised you're not in the other chat. I'm surprised. Well, anyway. What trucks? Oh, the Phil's coffee trucks. I see. I used to know Phil at the Mission Store, the original Mission Store. Wow, how about that? Okay. A Turkish gentleman, master roaster. When I was a kid, I ate that candy called Turkish Delight. It was around people's houses in the candy bowl, and it was delicious. As a little kid, I remember eating it. I can imagine, I can sense in my mind what it tasted like, from 5 years old or whatever. And I was at that import food store just a few days ago, and they had all kinds of Turkish Delight imported from Turkey. And I thought, gee, I wonder what this stuff tastes like. This is the real thing. So when I got home, I looked up those brands on Amazon. They're the same brands were on Amazon. And I read the ingredients and the stories about the products. I felt like, I don't know if I can eat this stuff. It's from Turkey. And how do they make this stuff in Turkey? What do they do over there in Turkey? I don't know if I could eat it. I mean, I guess it's safe because they sell millions of them, but I was tempted to buy a box at that store. And I mean, the real Turkish, made in Turkey, Turkish Delight. And there's many varieties of it. Macadamia, pomegranate, this, that, whatever. But I remember it. It was really good. Anyway, okay. AD, I always feel left out during these segments. I don't drink coffee. Never had it. Wow. Mortimer's channel will be just fine. Thank you. Okay. They put fresh mint and heavy cream. Something magical happens. Oh, and the coffee? I've never had genuine Cuban coffee or Turkish coffee. I guess you could say I've had genuine Italian coffee from in New York at genuine Italian coffee places or genuine Italian restaurants. I guess that's the real thing. But yeah, I don't know. AD, yep, Pavel, Morty will outlast us all. You never know. I think Pavel is losing his shit on that other channel. Well, I'm not aware of Pavel being on the other channel because I only look at it when I get a select clip that someone tells me about. Yes, I do get clips. Don't listen to the liar, the pathological face blaster. People send me clips. People send me timestamps. It's true. Well, everything they say over there is false. It's all false. Imaginary, psychotic, meandering, tirading, blasting. It's all made up shit, fantasy, delusional shit. It's all true. Morty, Poway is banned, man. You're banned on MM. What is MM? Let me think. What is that? Poway is banned on MM. I was thinking at the spur of the moment from 25 years ago, give me a fucking break. Jesus, you're so superior. You're so intellectually superior, Tommy. You're so intellectually superior. You spend 3 hours a day watching the face blasting and hate and giggling at it. Okay. Whatever. Morty, Poway. Oh, is Poway banned on MM? What is MM? I don't know what that means. MM. Sad. It's so sad. Morty, is Poway banned from the diner? I don't think so. Not that I recall. I don't think he is. Alligator Alcatraz. I'm all for Alligator Alcatraz. I think it's a great Trump idea. Great. Truly great. Pavel, just have to withhold again. At least it's cheaper this way. Got it. Meet up with Dirk. I'll be there for a week. I'll be busy with business. And I'm going to look for that coffee place if it's down there. I'll be busy. I'll be tending to my mansion. Well, not mansion. I'll be in La Jolla and University City. I'll be in Santee, Los Angeles, and the Valley. And in particular, I'll be in Northridge. So I'm going to be in Northridge, LA, well, obviously the Valley, Santee, University City, La Jolla. I'm not going to go to Santa Monica or Venice because it's a fucking shithole now. And I'll only be in LA City for 2 days. Then I'm going to get the hell out of there and head south. And I might go to Tommy's Burgers, get a chili cheese onion burger. I might do that at 2:00 in the morning, and a chili cheese onion fries or chili cheese onion hot dog. I might do that. I might go to the 2 days I'm in LA itself or the Valley. I'll probably go to Paquito Mas, which is just the greatest. And yeah, it's going to be great. So I don't know if I'll do any shows next week. I mean, we'll see. Okay, AD Never Calling. If I start a channel, how long before I can collect grifter fundage? You know, those people have been calling me a mega grifter now, a top grifter. 20 cents a day, 20 cents without GD. You know what I make, and this is absolutely true. The last 2 days, there's been a little bit more than average in the super chats. Even at this month, that's not even 1 week, or that's not even what I make this month. Will not even be 1 day of super chats on one of those other channels. It's absolutely true. So when those people pick on me for being a grifter and all that other stuff, it's just fucking insane pulling shit out of their ass. It's unbelievable. 1 month on this channel equals 2 years of 2 years of revenue on this channel is equivalent to 1 month or less on other channels. I'm just giving an arithmetic fact. That's all. But I'm the grifter. I am the grifter. I mean, it's just so fucking sick. Okay. Right. Okay. Pavel must have an excellent coffee setup. He loves to talk about Grinder. Is it possible Tommy is a protege of Herman? Oh, I don't know about that. Okay. Laugh my ass off. His grinder actually is top notch. Blaine, if only you knew what you were saying. Can I be your La Jolla house sitter? No, that's already taken care of. Thank you. But thank you, Gigatwa. Maybe we can go have some good Mexican food, but you will have to lose the MAGA hat. I can't be responsible for your safety if you wear it. No, I'm not going to wear a MAGA hat in California. Dirk, I think maybe 2 years ago, you told me about a Mexican restaurant in Orange County, burrito taco place. You said it was, I saved it if I still have it. Somewhere in Orange County, you said it was just unbelievably the best, greatest taco burrito place. And do you remember that, what that name was? I think it was you, Dirk, who mentioned it. Could have been Herman, but I think it was Dirk. If you have the name again, correct, Tommy. That's it. Tacos Los Cholos. That's it. That's the place. I'll try and stop by there, and we'll see how it goes, Dirk. Okay. A real American success story. Phil was an immigrant blue collar guy and was asked to open a stand at Google headquarters, and the rest is history. 77 locations now. Phenomenal. I gotta type that down again so I don't forget it. There, save it. Tacos Los Cholos. And where is it? I don't know if this is the real website. It is. It's .net. That's strange. Tacosloschollos.net. Well, that's bizarre. Is that the place? Let me check the address. Locations. Santa Ana, East Vale, Anaheim. That's it. Huntington Park. That's it. Huntington Park, Anaheim, Fullerton, Huntington Beach, Santa Ana, Eastville. I have some great friends from Fullerton. They're super wealthy Koreans, super wealthy. And maybe I'll invite them if they want to go to Tacos Los Cholos. Fantastic. I saved that page for future reference. Fantastic. I'll study that. Okay. Dirk loves his coffee. Dirk, do you drink it black? I drink coffee black now. I haven't had milk and coffee or sugar for years and years. Yeah. I like iced and hot. Dave, you like iced Starbucks shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. B. Klein, if you want to know about prison, why don't you talk to Mike the Snake or Jack Soretti or Curls? Yeah. Well, I have talked to some of those people about their I've heard their stories. But it's just it's enjoyable or interesting, just from educational, sociological, whatever perspective. I watched a video about cat grooming and dog grooming, and it's nice, relaxing, 10-minute video. The Starbucks iced pumpkin latte that never had any pumpkin at all in it. Boy, Starbucks got fucked on that one. That was like 10 years ago. Is Tommy, come on, man, I'm 52 years old too. Hot and black like I like my women. Wow. Tommy, it's iced or nothing 100% of the time. But I don't know about that pumpkin nonsense. Yeah, Starbucks had some pumpkin latte shit that they were spruiking at their stores, for years, every Christmas, Thanksgiving season. And then it turned out someone did an analysis of the coffee, and there was absolutely zero anything pumpkin in the pumpkin latte. It was just chemical shit. So Starbucks really got caught, and then they changed their ingredients, but to actually have something relating to pumpkin in the actual ingredients. Are you fighting with Tommy? No, just questioning, just discussing. Okay, Mortimer, you win. It's time to play Builds with a Friend. Builds with a Friend? What does that mean? Anyway, good luck. Okay, thank you, Tommy. Well, I'm not even serious. I haven't said anything about him, and I don't intend to. Dangerous being the laugh track. It is. Think about it. Think about who you associate with. I mean, well, you don't have to think about it at all, but to the viewer, I mean, just think about it. If someone enjoys associating with someone who is a bad man, a very bad man, then you can infer that he admires him, he likes him, he enjoys his company, and that's very suspect. Yeah. What can I say? I'm just speaking as a sociologist. Okay. I could talk about coffee and tea for days without a single face blast. Wow, that's great content. Mexican Americans don't like to just get into gang fights and here we go. I don't know if I should read this. Mexican Americans don't like to just get into gang fights and like flowers and music and white girls named Debbie. What the fuck does that comment mean? I'm sorry I read that. What the fuck is that? Morty's doing his West Coast comedy tour. Fuck you for saying that. Keep your mouth shut, fucker. Biatch. Morty, are you going to any donkey shows in Tijuana? Yeah, I heard about that when I was in LA. It was a bit. It would have been in the late '80s, and some friends of mine were talking about the donkey shows over the border. And I looked at them like, what are you talking about? And they said, over the border, the donkey shows. And I actually had to ask, well, what's that? And then they told me about it. And I said, you got to be shitting me. And he said, no, you want to go next weekend? And I said, no, I'm not interested in going to Tijuana. But yeah, so I know all about that shit now. I mean, but that was the first time I heard of it, late 80s. Yeah. Venice and Santa Monica are shitholes. Well, I can imagine. They're just disaster areas. Yeah. Morty, if you're with Dirk and Ice, oh, fuck with this. If you're with Dirk and ICE shows up to deport him, will you help him or mind your own business? Of course I'll help him. What are you talking about? What kind of question is that? Jesus. Maybe AD can get in on a carcass after you've had your fill. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Right. Tacos Los Cholos. That's the place, baby. Huntington Park, you're taking your life in your own hand. Okay, that's great to know. I don't remember Huntington Park. That was, I know where it is on the map of LA, the area, but I don't remember anything about it. So, okay, good to know. Thank you for that, Dirk. I should be rich since I've never purchased coffee. I don't think I invested the difference. Starbucks coffee is trash. I mean, it's undrinkable swill. It's just disgusting shit. It's the biggest joke on American and world consumers in the history of business, of the food and beverage business. It's got to be, because it's the world's worst coffee, and people pay $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 for some stupid coffee drink. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Campers. Morty, there are 23 species of vultures living around the world. Which species are you? Well, that's a very interesting question. I don't know. I've never gone into my genealogy and DNA, so I don't know. My vulture genealogy. Chris F. Hey, man. AD. What the fuck? No coffee? I don't believe it. You're just like Mike the Snake that I know of. Right. You're just like Mike the Snake that I know of. Right. Nobody's joining the panel tonight. I'm just talking myself to death here. Jesus. Jay Gray was on in the beginning. That was nice, but now it's just been nonstop Morty in a non-face blasting format. Boris, Jax and Eddie seem like time in school really left an impression on their psyche. They should really consider talking to a therapist or psychiatrist. Boris, you're saying that about Jax and Eddie? And you're an Antifa anarchist? Hanging out at the Voodoo Donuts cock and ball shop? Really? Well, okay. I don't think that's a fair statement. I don't think that's a fair assessment, Dr. Boris. You're picking on Jax and Eddie. I would say the entire asylum should really consider talking to a psychiatrist, therapist, psychologist, in a drug-induced padded cell format. I mean, truly. Darth Diggler, I didn't start drinking coffee until I was 40, and I was getting no sleep from a newborn baby. Wow. I like decaf, says little Dave. I'm a cookie cutter. I can't handle the caffeine. Don't know what that means. There's a 7-Eleven on Wilshire Boulevard, like 1 block from Lincoln in Santa Monica. And I used to pass by there all the time on Wilshire. And you can't imagine how many well-known people I've seen, famous people, celebtards, how many I've seen in that 7-Eleven who pull in the parking lot in their Mercedes or whatever. And all they do is they get a cup of coffee to go. And they get back in their car and continue down Wilshire, back towards, Century City, Beverly Hills and all that. It's true. It's true. Not making it up. Which vulture are you? Facebook social engineering. Right. Caffeine is a serious drug. Okay. 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 Well, yeah, it can be. It certainly is. Me too, Darth. It's good. The one close to me even has an espresso self-serve machine at 7-Eleven. Wow. Boris is another Tommy. I don't know. Pico and Sepulveda. Love that song. That's a song. If I knew it, I don't remember it right now. But then again, I momentarily didn't recall Istanbul and thought of Ankara. So you see, I'm such an idiot. Okay. That's it, AD. I thought we had common experiences, and now you do this? Wow. Okay, this has been a 4-hour show of hate and viciousness and vulturizing the community. I'm looking at the other channel right now. The hate is rampant in their chat. Absolutely rampant. Absolutely rampant. Sick, truly sick people. But if you like your truly sick people, there's plenty of channels to go to. Because most likely you're one of the truly, or you may be one of the truly sick people as well. It's possible. Look in the mirror and think about it. Over a cup of shit Starbucks coffee. Okay, Boris, I'm not picking on them. My assessment is based on some of the things I've heard them say on live streams. There is nothing wrong with talking to a professional. They likely have PTSD. Oh, I understand that, but I don't want to pick on individuals when I would say 98% of the people in the mental asylum of YouTube need serious professional help. I mean, seriously, regardless of their IQ level, truly. And some of them cannot be cured. I don't believe there's a cure for some of them. There's medication, there's sedatives and tranquilizers. There are various psychotropic drugs that may or may not work, but there's no cure. I don't believe it for some of the people. They're out there, baby. Chris F, $4.99 super sticker. Thank you for the channel support. Thank you very much, Chris, channel member. And MT85, channel member, $3 super sticker. Thank you very much, truly, for the channel support. Ha 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 ha. I don't even drink coffee. I'm laughing at little Dave's caffeine-free coffee, Cali existence. Good one, Dave. For sure, Boris, they need some Rogaine. What is that? For sure, Boris, they need some ibogaine therapy. Okay, I don't know what that is. Let me look that up. Ibogaine. Is that for hair loss? Here it is, ibogaine. What is it? A psychoactive alkaloid derived from plants, characterized by hallucinogenic and traditionally used by Central African foragers, undergoing controversial research. Okay. Exhibits complex pharmacology by interacting with multiple neurotransmitter systems, notably affecting opioid, serotonin, sigma, and NMDA receptors. Wow, while its metabolite noribogaine primarily acts as a serotonin reuptake inhibitor and a K-opioid receptor agonist. Wow, I never heard of that before. Psychoactive effects. Maybe I need some of this. The subjective effects of ibogaine consists of two phases: a visionary phase followed by an introspective phase. Wow, the visionary phase is a dreamlike conscious state. Visual effects are almost always present and are often described as films or slideshows. These may be accompanied by increases in long-term recall of visual memory, resulting in autobiographical content. The introspective is poorly defined, often simply as 24 or 36 hours post-treatment. Sensation and perception return to normal, but nausea, headaches, and other side effects linger. Insomnia, irritability, and mood changes are often seen, including depression and sometimes mania. Wow, I never heard of this stuff. Interesting. Very interesting. Of course, Tommy knows all about it, but okay. Mac Lobster, that Japanese like anything they do have perfected the espresso bar. Went to one in Kyoto. That was a beautiful experience. Poetry in motion. I agree with that. I've been to some extraordinary coffee places in Japan. Elegant, yet relaxed, and pure class, and beautiful experience. Absolutely. And some of the best coffee I ever had was in Japan, in a very small coffee shop. That was extraordinary place. AD Never Calling, a $4.99 super sticker. Thank you very much, AD Never Calling. Blaine, I haven't had a caffeine buzz in decades. I just drink it out of habit. Yeah, I understand. I know what you mean. Yeah. You can leave Vulture, but there's still plenty of scraps to pick up. I think I know what you mean. Boring coffee and Vulture talk in a stressful format, but without face blasting and facialization, which they do and they love over there, Yeah, okay. Ibogaine therapy is becoming huge in the veteran community. People quit all addictions and lift out of depression after one weekend. I'll ask my psychiatrist next time I see him about that. Very interesting, because I need some heavy-duty stuffs. That sounds good. AD drinks 7-Eleven branded Gatorade. Well, it's cheaper. That's why he's a mega multi-decamillionaire. So, penny here, penny there, gives you a backyard in-ground pool. So, not legal here yet. People go to Mexico for it. Ah, I see. Okay. AD likes to make fun of me living in California. Well, I mean, Dave, listen. Listen, a lot of people make fun of people living in California, and for good cause, Come on. Little Dave, I was referring to your lifestyle. It seems very Cali-like. There's a lot of Republicans in my neighborhood. Everyone is a Republican on my road. Now, that's true, Chris F. Good memory. I'm so happy to have you as my protege. Right. You're going to do a paper you're going to write him a speech on Ovaltine, AD, because he's your protege now? All right. Gampers, hey Gampers. Never mind I don't know the pronunciation. I'd have to check. The ibogaine, yeah. What you need to get your hands on is some Benabute and stuff. Benabute, what the fuck is that? I'm so stupid, Tommy. I don't know what any of these things are. Phenabute. Okay, let's see what this is. Probably some sardine thing. Sold under the brand name Anvifen. It's a CNS depressant with anxiolytic effects used to treat anxiety, insomnia, and a variety of other indications. Side effects of Phenabute can include sedation, sleepiness, nausea, irritability, agitation, dizziness, euphoria, headache. Well, those are my everyday conditions anyway, so no risk there. Okay. Overdose of Phenibut can produce depression, including unconsciousness. Wow. Okay. Developed in the Soviet Union in the 1960s. It has been used recreationally and can produce euphoria as well as addiction, dependence, and withdrawal. Not approved in Germany. Not approved for clinical use in the United States and most of Europe, but is sold on the internet as a supplement. And wow. Amazing. Amazing. I like it too, little Dave. The anti-Cali bias indeed is heavy. Mm-hmm. Right, right, right. Well, nobody buys it. Somebody must be buying it because I do see it in supermarkets. It's labeled and packaged in a completely different jar than it was in its heyday, but it's still made. It's still out there. I haven't had it since I was a teenager, but yeah, everybody had it back then in the wintertime when it's snowing outside. You have a cup of Ovaltine, you know. It's true. Okay. Why wouldn't it be, guys? I mean, shit, bro, it's fucked. Don't worry. Dirk is stuck there too. Mm. Ovaltine has essential vitamins and minerals. Well, but yeah, when you look at the label, it's probably in such micro nano doses, amounts that it's meaningless. But it would be like Australians talk about Vegemite. They say, "Oh, it's filled with the supplements and vitamin B and all that shit." And when you look at the label, it's just micro nanograms of that stuff. And so it's it's in there, but it's meaningless amounts. Yeah. I miss Ovaltine. See, Chris F, we have a lot in common. I think AD tomorrow might go and buy some Ovaltine. Just uh, it was a super drug for the CCP. Wow. When all else fails, sell it as a supplement. I mean, Ovaltine supplements. Wow. I have a jar of Ovaltine. It's bioengineered. Oh well, then I'm not going to buy it. I don't buy. I try. Sometimes something slips through, but if it says bioengineered, I just don't buy it. I don't use it. Ovaltine was tasty and nutritious. Well, yeah, I mean, it was fine. It wasn't cocoa. It was a unique flavor. Isn't Ovaltine carob? Carob is so hippie era. I don't. I don't know the ingredients of Ovaltine. Yeah, that show is going strong with the hate and the N bombers and all the hate, the psychopaths, ethnic haters, race haters. Just vicious, vile, low IQ, and some high IQ, but mentally deranged, and some mentally confused, psychologically disturbed, confused people who've lost touch with the Ten Commandments and the Golden Rule. Wood chips, is that the secret ingredient? Wow. Ozempic, fake Ozempic. Wow. I love malt flavoring on everything. Why do they call it Ovaltine? The jar's round, the lid's round. They should call it Roundtine. That's gold, Jerry. Gold. Right. That's when they mixed up the speeches, and Banya gave that speech at the presentation, and he said it was an absolute mega hit. He got invited. He just booked 25 conventions on that Ovaltine bit. Incredible. And poor George. Yeah. Oh, George had the Ovaltine speech. That was it. Yeah. Banya had the other speech. That was it. Yeah. I just ordered my next 30-day supply. Of course, I'd never shoot that Ozempic shit. It's terzepatide for me, baby. This channel only attacks winners like the Spring and Fialtas and the Aussie expats. What are you talking about? I don't attack people. I'll mention people. I'll reflect on who and what they are. But attack, they're the attackers. I'm the defender. They're the offenders. I'm the defender for good and truth. Oh, look at this. Look at that. I'm not going to read that comment or post it. And amazing, amazing, amazing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ovaltine, Viking, stupid name. Worse than Breitling. Really? AD. Come on, Crappy. Look up bioengineered. Nothing new. It's been around for years. Uh, we'd be dead without bioengineering. I don't understand that, AD. I mean, 50 years ago and before that, people would grow fruit and vegetables, carrots and potatoes, and, you know, and make an apple pie. And there was no high fructose corn syrup. There was no concept of bioengineering, and it was real food. You go to Whole Foods now, and even if you want to buy a chocolate chip muffin, it says contains bioengineered ingredients. Why is it? Why do they have to add bioengineered ingredients? Why can't they use real ingredients? Why do they have to bioengineer the ingredients? In Europe, isn't bioengineered food illegal? I think it's restricted in Europe, if I'm correct. And I may not be. Tommy would know because he knows, but my understanding is in Europe you can't buy this bioengineered shit, but all these food companies dump it here in the U.S. for the dumb Americans who don't read labels. You know, growing vegetables is hard. Well, I mean, life is hard. Okay. I used to take St. John's wort. My girlfriend at the time worked at a health food store. She hoped it would help my mood. I've heard of that. That's allegedly or truly something that can help with mild depression. It's been around for forever. Maybe it works. I don't know. Or maybe the proper assessment would be it has worked in many people's cases, but not all cases. You know, I just smelled the Ovaltine. It stinks. Are you going to snort it? Chicory root. What time is it? It's only 7:50. Boy, I started a show. What time? 4 o'clock? 3 o'clock? I don't remember. Well, let's see. 4 hours. 8 o'clock. 4 o'clock. I can't think. It's too hard. It's Big Ag convincing everyone that we can't feed the world with GMOs. Demonstrably false. Right? Ashwagandha. I think you spelled it wrong. Ashwagandha might be better than St. John's wort. I've heard of that. I've never used it. I used to know what it was about, but I don't remember. Right. I like how Ovaltine always comes in a jar, like wheat germ. Unlike that Nestle Quick with that metal disc to pop off with a spoon. Yep, absolutely right. Right. Wheat germ. They still sell Kretschmer's wheat germ. I see it in the supermarkets, and it's in the same jar from 50 years ago, from 80 years ago, maybe. Yeah. Jack LaLanne used to eat that stuff all the time. He always said, add wheat germ, eat wheat, use wheat germ, add it to your daily food. Wheat germ. It's a 100 peso super sticker. Thank you very much for the channel support, GD. The new and improved pesos. They're saying now that saffron extract is better than St. John's for depression. Well, that might be kind of new. I've not heard of that. That's interesting information. I love Nestle's Quick. Who didn't love Nestle's Quick? Chocolate and strawberry. It was great. Nestle's Quick back then, before they had high fructose corn syrup and bioengineered poison, every kid loved Nestle's Quick. Chocolate and strawberry. Great stuff. P. Clen, $2 Aussie. Thank you very much for supporting Morty's Diner, P. Clen. For the Morty Marathon Madness, man. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Thank you very much. 23 people watching. Holy cow. Thank you all for the stopping by the channel. That 23 means there includes 3 lurkers and 2 haters out there. And, you know, they just can't stop watching this show. They are absolutely fixated on it. 20 thumbs up. Thank you all. And I didn't pay for those thumbs up. I did not pay for the subscribers tonight, the viewers, the chat comments, or the thumbs up. I'm not saying other channels pay for subscribers and thumbs up and views. And I would say, I never said anything like that. Pavel, channel member, 199 super sticker. Thank you so much, Pavel. Greatly appreciate that. All this money goes to my dentist bill. This is true, which is outrageously expensive. Because I had the grill work done. I got a grill like Lil Wayne, and it's very expensive. All those diamonds were expensive, man. I take over 20 pills of medications and supplements to stay alive and keep up my youthful senator look. I hope to live to 60, baby. Well, keep doing it, man. Keep doing it. Okay. I take, every day I take, how many supplements? In actual tablet count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 supplement tablets or capsules every day. Sometimes I might miss something here and there, but yes. You know who took tons of supplements? I heard him on a TV show a long time ago, and he was doing it since the 60s, was Robert Vaughn, you know, the actor. And if you look up a video of him at his very old age, soon before he passed away, he looked incredible. He looked great. Now, I don't know what his lifestyle was. You know, probably a backyard in-ground pool and a private and a home gym and personal trainer and great organic food diet, and but I mean, I think and his own genetics and all that, but he looked great as an old man, and I think the supplements, he would probably say, yeah, the supplements played a big part of that. Okay, GD, 100 pesos, 23 watching, 5 lurkers, including those people, and those people. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. Right. They can't stop watching this channel. They can't stop talking about this channel. As they say, I get 3 people a night watching my channel, and they can't stop talking about it. Do you understand the illogic of that? On the one hand, they say, that fucking channel, he's lucky to get 3 people a night. And then every day they talk about this channel. They can't stop. I mean, yeah, well, it's a mental condition, We all know that. A little Dave, $1.99 super chat. Thank you. When can we negotiate the unbanning of Narc and Uzi? Really? Is that really your question? Well, thank you for the super chat. And the answer is, at this time, there is no answer. Thank you for the contribution. That saffron shit has been making the rounds. I took a shitload of it for 3 months, and I'm still deeply, deeply, deeply depressed. Well, I can give you a great tip for free. It won't cost you a penny to how to improve the deep, deep, deep depression. And one of those ways is stop watching those channels every day. Just stop it. Stop it. Go to Buc-ee's, swim in your pool, Take a road trip somewhere, Go catfishing in East Texas. Drive up to Oklahoma and, well, no, there's nothing to do in Oklahoma, Drive out to Nacogdoches and go feral hog hunting. There's all kinds of stuff to do, But don't watch those channels. It just creates depression, isolation, anxiety, hopelessness, and worse. Afghanistan could have been a prime grower of saffron, but the other countries, those are the countries, they put the kibosh on it, really. I don't know. Isn't saffron a product of India? I don't know the saffron story, so. Is Uzi banned from the chat? Well, he hasn't been here. I don't recall if I banned him or not. But if he showed up, I would. No, the last I left it was I put him in timeout. That was it. 2 nights ago, he showed up, and I put him in timeout, and he flipped out. And the next day, he absolutely went berserk. Right. But, yeah. I take aged garlic extract. Well, that's probably very healthy. Yeah, probably very good. 23andMe, that's 24, right. Mac Lobster, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Let's make this face blast a face blast of positivity. Okay. A positive face blast. That means the recipient is willing and eager and happy. Very nice. Another lurker just joined. Probably. Yeah. Well, they come and go, but they're always out there. My dad loved pickled garlic in his olden days. Pickled garlic. I don't know if I've ever heard of, or even, I don't think I've ever had pickled garlic or even heard of it. Sounds very interesting. Is that a homemade thing? I've never seen it in a store that I recall seeing. I ordered the crane to get me out of bed. I've been here a while. Wow. 15. How many liters of water does it take to get them all down? Please list. What are you talking about? Oh, the pickled garlic? Wow. Campers, I bet you that gourmet shop you shop at up there where you live in that area, I bet you they sell pickled garlic, imported from someplace. Wow. They're the lurkers and more, yeah. His truck died when he can't leave. Any asshole can put people down. A real man builds people up. Thank you for saying that, Blaine Cole. Thank you. That, of course, is absolutely true. But to quote, I'm not a builder, I'm a destroyer. So thank you for your statement there. But the reality of those channels is, quote, I'm not a builder, I'm a destroyer. We all got the clips, baby. Yeah. Chris F. The upvote. Wow, the upvote to viewer ratio is amazing, Morty. Yeah, the PE ratio here is climbing, baby. Tommy, yeah. Mac Lobster. Dave, I used to buy my olive oil from this old Greek guy at a farmer's market. He looked 60, but he was 85. He said his secret was pickled garlic. There's no reason to disbelieve that. Extra virgin olive oil, organic pickled garlic. Why not? Why not? And regularly walking around like people in Greece and Italy do. They walk around, stuffs, places. They don't drive, to go from home to the 7-Eleven. They don't walk the 2 blocks. They just get in the car, drive 1 minute, and then drive back home. People don't walk anymore. Or they take a scooter. They use the scooter. I never had pickled garlic. If there was pickled garlic, I would certainly try it. That's it. Lots of good olive oil. No, he got it from Gelson's or Trader Joe's. Okay, really? Well, there's no Gelson's here, but next time I go to Trader Joe's, I'll look around, or I'll even ask the one of the people there, do you have a product called pickled garlic? And I will buy it if they have it. I'm obviously talking about your 15 supplements. Me, Gampers, you're asking about me? Well, it's 15 individual tablets. It's less supplements. Well, I take a multi. That's 2 capsules. I take, wait a minute. Why should I give out all this information for free? That's a super chat question, Gampers. Okay. All these people in the chat are my friends, AD. That's it. Yeah, that's nice. Very nice. Chris, does all that hair above your lip emanate from your nostrils? Is that a put down? Yeah. Little Dave, any garlic is good for you, but you got to eat it every day. I probably would say that's probably true and good advice. Yeah, no question. I don't eat garlic often at all, but it is extremely healthy. Good for your health. Pavel, were you disappointed? I'll skip that question. Thank you. Oh, fuck. There we go. The Kyolik aged garlic extract capsules are convenient. Yeah, that brand's been around for decades. It's a very quality product. I used to buy that, but I don't do that anymore. But yeah, in America, it's Kyolic because we say like Kyoto, and but it's in Japanese, it would be Kyoto, Kyoto. And that's a Japanese company. So Kyo Lick. I don't know what the Lick LIC would stand for, but yeah. But if you go to the store, you say, "You got that Kyo Lick garlic stuffs?" And they'll show you. What was this? Pavel, were you doing for the new one? Uh-huh. Yeah, fresh garlic is a neurotoxin. You shouldn't have it every day. That's why people use it as an insecticide. Wow. I don't know, scientifically speaking, but in many countries, people eat garlic every day in their cooking. It's not raw garlic, but well, I don't know. They add it to their food every day, and they live to 100 in those countries. But that's also in the lifestyle of drinking wine, olive oil, and walking. All right. Okay. AD, I'm an asshole. Well, yes. Okay. Chris, AD, you are full of prunes. I wish I had some prunes at home right now because prunes are good. They're delicious. But you can't take too many, otherwise it becomes dangerous. I also take vitamin D3 with K2 and take omega 3s. Yeah. Well, vitamin 3, I definitely take vitamin 3. There's K2 in my multi. I don't buy a tablet. I mean, I don't buy a D3 K2 on its own, soft gel. So I take D3, but there's also K2 in the multi. So too much vitamin A. Hey, guess what? I'm hungry and I'm tired, and it's been 4.5 hours. Holy shit. And it's 8:07. So I need a dinner break. I need a psychological examination. I do not need face blasting. Oh, that other show is over. Okay. I can stop that. Put that in the archives. People send me timestamps. I know the other guy, he says that's bullshit, but it's true. People send me clips. And nice. Okay, got that. Very nice. There'll be more shows tonight on other channels. They go all night, all day, all night. It's incredible. Morty is doing 24/7 network. No, no, no. I'm just doing more, but definitely not 24/7. Yeah. After dinner, take another flight and see if there's any carcass around. Great comment. Campers. Much information on these streams is freely distributed. Prune brands, cozy boutique hotel ideas, etc. Yeah, that hotel you mentioned, Gampers, in New York by the museums up there, Central Park West at the northern part of the park. I wrote it down. It began with a B, but I saved it because, yeah, I'll look. I don't remember. Let's take a moment here. Yeah, Morty's Diner. We are proudly YouTube Vulture material. And as it says there, an integral part of the YouTube ecosystem to prevent the spread of disease. And man, there is a outbreak of disease that we do our part to take care of it, to prevent it. Woo! Chris F. $1.99 super sticker. Thank you, Chris F. Thank you very much. Okay. Blaine, gotta go, Morty. Thanks. Thank you very much, Blaine. See ya. Okay. Yeah, vultures and condors are the undertakers of nature. That's interesting. That's an interesting way to describe it. Hmm. Nothing wrong with being a vulture. They serve a vital role in nature and on YouTube. All right, so let's just recap tonight's show. So tonight was a nice evening at Morty's Diner. Best conversation in town without the mob hits. Absolutely true. And let's see. Tonight we covered our Thursday evening rest and relaxation. Absolutely right. This guy is very relaxed. Okay. And Morty needs the money, part 3. I mean, some people don't need the money anymore. They don't need it. They like it. They like buying things and spending it, but they don't need it. I need it. People don't know how much I need the money. So that's why I'm here. This is a weevil. It's kind of cute. Yeah, that's a weevil. Weevil. That's a weevil. There are weevils on YouTube as well as in nature. Here's another weevil posing for his photo. Fascinating little fucker. Yeah. Maggots. Gotta have maggots here on YouTube. Maggots. Maggots, baby. Gophers. Oh, gophers are so cute. Would you just like to pick up that little guy and snuggle with him? Give him some snacks. So we like gophers on this channel. We are Team Gopher. That's a rat. Rats are cute. Not YouTube rats, but pet rats. Very cute. YouTube rats are a different category. We love rats. Pet rats, not YouTube rats. Here's a cute guy. White, kind of probably self-grooming right there. Look at his cutie little fingers. He's got fingernails with a French manicure. Look at that. Unbelievable. Look at his cute little toenails. Oh, he's so cute. And a weasel. Lots of weasels all over the YouTube verse. We do our best in the vulture community to weed out the weasels. Yeah. And but weasels are really, really cute, and they're ferocious hunters. Look at this guy. This guy's taxidermied. Evidently, he didn't like that, but that's a weasel. Weasels are like ermine, sable, ferrets, etc. He's a cute weasel. He's a cutie. Hobnobs. We give a shout out to Hobnobs, McVitie's Hobnobs, dark chocolate coated. The Odie Knobbly biscuit. 45% oat and wholemeal. These you don't need many of these. 2 or 3 with a cup of tea or coffee, you're full. I mean, they're really good. But I prefer, given a choice, McVitie's digestives. These are more of a cookie kind of biscuit, and very, very tasty. Dark chocolate. They also come in milk chocolate. These are English from England. And of course, the all-time champ, Ritter Sport. Here's the marzipan. Buy these on if you can't find these Ritter chocolates, buy them on Amazon. Okay. Vulture talk in a non-face blasting, relaxed format. Here's a handsome guy. Here's a vulture, very handsome. Buzzard, that's a buzzard, buzzing around. Here's a Rolex for the Rolex talk. Rolex and Morty's Diner. Another super successful show. Okay. Whoo! 4 hours, 40 minutes. Holy cow. A 4-hour monologue. Jesus. Okay. So, MT85, $3 super sticker. Thank you very much, MT85. Hey, what is that in your picture? That's a cow. Is that a cow? I think it's a cow. Got to double check that. Let's take a look. MT85. Is that a cow? Is the question. I don't know. Okay, very good. And who looks mad? AD never calling. Last comment of the night. The money is rolling in at the diner. Late night rush. Yeah, we always appreciate a late night crowd, a late night rush at the diner. That's always good. And remember, whatever amounts of donations come in on this channel, it's a miniature, it's a nano scale of other channels, you know? So people who talk about, oh, Morty's making so much. I mean, yeah, it's very nice, but, you know, there's no comparison to, you know, the face blasters and all that. ARS, 30 super stickers. That doesn't make sense. 30 Argentinian pesos super sticker from GD, channel member. Thank you, GD. Absolutely amazing. Oh, it's a Hereford Bull, MT. Really? Wow, you have a Hereford Bull. Gee, you've got everything, man. Amazing. Chris F., a 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much for the channel support. We love all micro donors, nano donors. Absolutely. I'm getting a burger order in prior to closing time. Very good. Very good. Whew, I am wiped out. I'm going to have dinner, and I'm going to make salmon and some vegetable, carrots, I think. I feel like a baked potato, but I don't have any potatoes right now. I'll have salmon, carrots, and string beans, maybe. I think that's it. That's it. Okay. Thank you all very much for another fantastically successful episode of Morty's Diner YouTube channel. Thank you to the many and generous YouTube donors tonight, the Super Chatters, PayPal, Cash App, Ko-Fi, and Super Thanks, which you can give after the show is in replay. If you like the show in a replay, click Super Thanks. Is the diner open tomorrow? Well, the diner's open. I might be in a rehabilitation facility tomorrow because I'm burned out, baby. But a good night's sleep and a nice salmon dinner, and I am going to be busy tomorrow, but I may have time for a show tomorrow. Why not? Why not? Probably in the evening. Yeah, why not? Yeah. So thank you, Chris F. Last comment, anybody? Last hate attack, anyone? Last face blast? Last lie? Anybody want to put in a final lie? Final pathological lie? Anybody? Last one before we sign off? Last hate attack? Last vile, vicious, vinyl comment? Porque noir? Porque, what are you speaking? Porque no. Okay. AD never calling is broke. I wish I was this kind of broke. I'd be in my backyard pool right now sipping a margarita, getting a BJ. You know? But that's not my fate. Right. All right, last chance. Last chance for a comment or a final good night super chat. I'll do one more minute and then we'll close it out. Oh, I'll make an onion with the salmon. I'll cook an onion. Fantastic. For all those onion people who wanted to hear that. Yeah, magnesium, chelated magnesium glycinate. I take it every night. Watch accountability. The diner is nowhere near as boring as that guy told me it is. Well, of course he's not going to say anything nice about this channel. He's oozy, you know. He's oh, yeah, by the way, for those who may have missed it, GD 100 Argentine pesos. Again, thank you so much for the continued support, GD. Onion cooking makes the place smell good. Well, yeah, I think so. Yeah. For those who asked about it, Uzi, after he sent me this very, very vicious Cash App for $1, and then I refunded it to him because it was vile and absolutely vicious and nasty and inappropriate. I returned it to him, and then I heard him gloating on Watch Nicholas's channel, saying, "You know, he won't even be able to show. I fucked up Morty good. He won't even be able to. He can't even show that message I sent him." So here's a copy of from my phone, the Cash App. Uzi sent me this $1. This was 2 days ago, I think. And as you can see, I refunded it. When you do the refund, they cross out the amount. All right. And so Uzi sent me a $1 Cash App, and he wrote in words for. He wrote for. Please quit being a. There it is. I crossed that out with the red marker. Yeah. $1 returned, refunded, refund sent to Uzi. So this is who he is. He's uncontrollably vicious and hateful. I tried to be his friend for quite a while. In the pre-Celeste era, we were kind of pals, you know. And then at some point, he just like flipped out, baby, and he just hates round the clock. And I don't know why, because prior to the Celeste appearances on Nick's channel, we got along okay. But some things can't be explained. Peppers and onions, oh yeah. Actually, that would be great. I could saute up one red onion and a red bell pepper. That would really be great with the salmon. But there's no green. There should be some green on the plate. I don't have any. I have broccoli. But I don't want to do that much cooking. Maybe I'll just open a can of beans and eat it out of the can. That would work. No, I had a can of beans for lunch. 2 cans of beans. Now that's getting dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, 23 people. So thanks. That's three haters and 2 lurkers. Thanks everybody. Viscountness, babe. Viscountness, baby. That's what it is. Total viscountness. Just incredible. Just unbelievable. The hatred is unbelievable. Uncontrollable hatred and viciousness. Uncontrollable, spasmodic hatred and viciousness. And you never know. See, you never know who it's going to come from. One day they're your buddy. Next day, they hate your fucking guts and call you every name in the book. You see, it's the YouTube asylum. That's what it is. Okay, that'll do it. Thank you, everybody, for tonight's show and all the donors, commenters, and viewers. See you, well, probably tomorrow night. Good night. Yeah, look at that last comment there. Yep, there. Yep.